But we should roll for Destiny.
All right. Now let's, if everybody is ready, let us determine our destiny.
I did good this week. Where are the poker chips? Are they in there?
I think I live in that drawer.
They're either in my bag or in my drawers.
I'm going to reach in your drawers.
I don't look in your drawers either.
Excited? No, it's okay.
So Adam's character was hiding in a cargo compartment on board the Diamond Jack while all this was going on.
Hey, lucky him. He didn't have to get interrogated.
Are you kidding? He would have been sucking on that that interrogation droid's needle like a freezy trying to get some stuff out of there. This one requires new experiences of taste. Nom 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 nom. Slurp.
Good
stuff.
But oh.
And then when they gave him his meal biscuit, he'd eat the biscuit, eat the tray, eat the cup.
That stormtrooper armor's got to be pretty tasty too.
Or not, depending on stuff. I wouldn't consider stormtrooper armor tasty, especially not once the stormtrooper's been inside it a while.
It depends, you know.
Like
Spiciness of the blood and the bile. Add some flavor.
Yeah, but you're not a Gand though.
Cloning, the flavor enhancer.
If Gan needs some electrolytes, he can just drink their urine.
Yum num.
That's what he excretes, so I assume that's what he needs for electrolytes.
You know, brawn has electrolytes. It's what plants need. So, are we determining destiny?
Do light side.
The light side for Jesse. The
Yeah, sir.
there we go.
4 light, 1 dark.
There we go. Vani.
One dark.
Somebody want to roll for Talon?
Sure. And it comes out dark.
The triumvirate of Willa, Kefin, and the Doctor is 3 light and 2 dark.
Oh, did we tell you the last game?
No.
Essentially, there was
Part of
like
it, yes.
3 light side and 10 dark side. It was horrible.
That's right.
And we kind of needed to use light side a couple of times too.
Yeah, but Gus helped out. He just throw the crap on it all the time.
That's right.
Yep, he's helping us out, giving us all the disadvantages to us.
That's right.
Lovely.
Now,
Good friend.
when my gear decided to crap out on me last time, you guys had just rounded the dark side of Korriban in an attempt to put some distance between yourself and Darth Vader's Star Destroyer, and not his Super Star Destroyer that hasn't been built yet, but his regular old-fashioned Imperial Star Destroyer, one of the first off the line. However, the time that it took you to round the dark side of Korriban, while it might have protected you from the Star Destroyer's guns, it made it possible to eliminate, or to, excuse me, to intercept you when you showed up on the other side of Korriban attempting to make a run for the moon. So, the good news and the bad news is that the good news is you're still alive and you have a chance. The bad news is that you're currently being chased by some TIE fighters with their characteristic subspace howl of their twin ion engines.
How far are we from the Ruby Queen at this point?
Well, it's going to take a couple of turns at the very least. I haven't decided exactly how long it will take.
I suppose it depends on piloting checks too.
The TIE fighter, the stock TIE fighter, their maximum speed is 5. So I'm pretty sure that the Diamond Jack has the same maximum speed. So they're pretty much going to be able to match you go for go. I don't know what speed you were doing as of the beginning of this fight. I'm going to do you a favor and say you were going about as fast as you could go.
Yes, considering I was attempting to do full throttle last time.
She did a maneuver for that.
And thus it would have been 6 if I'd succeeded.
Okay. Well,
I have now upgraded my ability to do full throttle so that it is now only an average difficulty if I attempt it again.
Well, unfortunately, since I had to deal with the headache of having a tech conk out, you're going to have to deal with the headache of us having to redo your full throttle check. But the good news is that you are going at speed 5 as of the beginning of this combat.
Right.
Now, hang on a sec. Don't start doing anything yet. This is a combat, and we do have to establish initiative and such. So, who all here is going to be involved in I guess you're all going to be doing something, because it's a big enough ship that you can all be doing something. So, but Dan, I suppose you'll be doing damage control or some such.
Generally, yeah.
And what are you going to be doing?
Do you have a preference?
How much gunnery do you have?
3.
You have 3 in gunnery? Well,
Yeah,
you can take the guns then.
Prepping for the
Well, there are
secondary fighter pilot.
You're going to be using the you are going to be using the turret, Gand, and the turret is accurate and has a linked 3, critical 3, and a damage of 5. So the damage isn't fantastic, but it's linked 3, so get lots of advantages if you can.
Yeah. 1 success, lots of advantages.
Very good.
But having said that, we're still working on the initiative here.
Right.
So
Initiative is always either cool or vigilance, right?
It's vigilance unless you're
it's vigilance.
in an ambush scenario.
I thought they did kind of ambush us.
No.
Okay.
No, not really.
You're sitting waiting for somebody. Your cool is essentially the measure of how collected and calm you can keep yourself over long periods of time.
Okay. In this particular case, it doesn't really matter because the scores are the same.
Remember when you read off your initiative to read it off as 2 numbers with your successes first and your advantages second?
And this is one of the ones where it's purely just the skill.
Yeah, there's no difficulty whatsoever.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 and 2.
And it was success advantage?
Yes.
Yeah.
In which case I have 2-0.
3 and 1.
1 and 1.
Oh shit, I kind of forgot I have something that might actually improve initiative. Right, I have rapid reaction, which would get me 1 more.
Probably give you blue die.
No, it gives me a star. So it would actually make it 3 successes.
Okay.
Oh, it actually just gives you a full success. I think you have to take a string for that, though.
Yep.
Right,
Where
that's
that
the
came
cool
from.
one.
That's what it's there for.
That's the awesome one, yeah. Well, kind of the replacement here.
Yeah.
That's the cybernetic version of rapid reaction. But yeah, so if you spend a string, you always at least have 1 success.
Yeah.
And if I go down the trees in the right order, I think I can program.
So did she or did she not get an extra?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty then.
It shouldn't have any defense. Unless it's
Oh,
fighter
right, no,
defense.
no,
It doesn't shoot.
That's right. And fighters.
But you actually have 3 full gunnery. That's actually she's got.
All right.
3 skill, 3 gunnery. Or, yeah, 3 stat, 3 gunnery.
So the TIE fighters come screaming in, and they did get a little bit of an advantage in that they're going to act first. For their maneuver, they are going to use a stay on target. Now I'm treating them like minions, so we're not going to be here all day. I'm treating them like minions, and basically basic TIE fighters are minions, far as I'm concerned. But so they as a group are going to do stay on target. They will also attack as a group. They won't attack in little pieces. So
What minion group?
they've because they're going to do until the end of their turn, all combat checks upgrade their ability dice in their pool once. Unfortunately, combat checks made versus their ships upgrade the ability dice in the attacking pool once. So keep that in mind, Adam.
Yep.
Next screen.
All right. Now, having said that, they come screaming in like a swarm of angry, nasty insects with their characteristic ionic howl. They take their shot. Holy shit. So 1 triumph, 2 successes, and 2 advantages. I'm going to double check and see.
Gus wants to kill us. Na 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 na, standing TIE fighters after us.
Linked is only activated with 2 advantages. So that's 3 successes if you count the triumph, plus the damage for their weapon, which is a 6. So essentially, you're looking at.
Oh.
I heard a note.
For next, what is the defense for the Diamond Jack? Like, do we have shields on the Diamond Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have.
Point all around.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, what I'll do.
There's stats.
What is the defense for the Diamond Jack again?
1.
1, eh? Okay, so we'll just roll. Okay, so that's 1 disadvantage. So the good news is that they can't link. They can't do the fire link, so it's only 9 points of threshold damage. Plus, since it's a triumph, I'm gonna ask for a critical check.
100.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, I got the chart. Anybody got percentile dice?
Not on the roller we have.
Adam, since you normally speak quietly, and since you're furthest away from the microphone, I'm gonna need you to speak up a little bit.
Very good.
Thank you.
So, 42.
42 is tailspin. All firing from the ship or vehicle suffers two setback dice until the end of the pilot's next turn. All crew members are immobilized until the end of the pilot's next turn.
All right. The other good news is I forgot your armor, so you guys are only taking 7 threshold damage, not 9. But that first volley of blasts that come in shakes the Diamond Jack so bad that anybody who's not belted and strapped in, which probably means the Wookiee, is currently lying flat on their ass or in various stages of upside down or backwards, wondering which end is up.
Oh.
They shook you up pretty hard, but these guys are only down to 13 wound threshold, and now it's all of your turns to make a difference. So the first person whose turn it is Toby.
Well, actually, anybody can go. Our first.
Oh, yes, that's right. But the first slot came about because of Toby's roll. Whether or not Toby wants to go is up to her. Is up to him.
Can the pilot do anything to assist with the shooting of TIE fighters?
The shooting of TIE fighters?
Yeah, anything to stabilize the, Angela, do you have anything that can help with the combat to make it easier for us to remove?
Yeah, the debuff.
You could probably do evasive maneuvers.
No, I think this increases the difficulty of shooting them, although it helps us not getting shot.
I don't think you want to go punch for punch with a bunch of TIE fighters. So I think wherever possible.
Yeah, really the only things
We could.
to
Benny could try to take the advantage just to get a better position on them while doing the runaway. That's about best I got.
Evasive maneuver makes all of their difficulties to hit us increase by 1.
That increases our difficulties by 1. But if you manage to gain the advantage, you would negate all of the downsides of evasive maneuvers. So you could do evasive maneuvers without suffering the penalty.
Keep in mind that gain the advantage is an action.
This is true.
So,
Which is an action other than running away.
mind you,
Well, that's also true. So probably not the best play.
I don't think fly actually requires you to do anything.
It's a maneuver. Flying is a maneuver.
So you can take an action and take a maneuver as well.
yep.
so my so if I'm flying,
Don't you disadvantage dice removal for piloting?
I have a couple of levels of a setback removal thing. The Diamond Jack's maneuverability gives me a couple of bonuses.
Okay. So the debuff isn't as big of a deal for you, it'll be a bigger deal for and
Alright, well, I guess I'll fire a shot then before we maneuver away.
Also keep in mind that because the TIE fighters, the last maneuver,
Yep, get an advantage. The blue dice.
yeah, you guys get a blue die.
What's the silhouette of a TIE fighter?
Silhouette of a TIE fighter is probably either 2 or 3, but I'll double check. A silhouette
In that case,
is 3.
3? Very
Yeah.
good. Has the same.
And you guys, I think, are probably about the same.
Yeah, we're the same. So it's average difficulty for the shot.
Right. So that's like a two purple.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
Got that rule.
But okay, but who's taking their turn now?
That begin.
Can you take a name action? Or a
Um,
name maneuver, I should say? In the turret?
No, because of the tailspin,
okay.
we have the immobilized condition, so no maneuvers available.
Okay.
Right.
I've got three shooting me.
No successes.
You took into account the TIE fighters. Well, it has no defense.
Yeah,
I guess that doesn't matter.
I just rolled crap. I got one success. Didn't roll any successes, so it was basically a net 3 advantages, and that's it.
Oh boy, it's gonna be like that, eh?
Yeah, it's gonna be like that.
All right. Well, there's another player slot open. Who wants it?
You can give Angela or
Well, I don't. I want to know who wants it. I don't know who wants to think about having it. Who wants the slot?
Since I'm doing damage control, I'll go at the end. So,
Okay.
Me too.
I'm not doing it. I don't have anything to do, so.
In which case, I guess
You
it's
could angle the deflector shield. That's a thing.
sure it's a maneuver.
Oh, yeah.
Angle deflector shells.
But it's a maneuver, right?
Yeah.
No, so I can't do it this time. I can do it next time.
In which case, then I guess.
I'm pretty sure.
All right, so guys,
Yeah.
I'm going to use the 3 advantages to give us +1 range defense until the end of our next turn. Basically, we can't fire a bunch of shots through the center of their grouping, scattering them a little bit, so they can't coordinate as well next time they come around at us.
Fair enough. Remind me of that when the time comes.
Very good.
And I'm doing gain the advantage. Wait, this is on a single opponent. I don't think they count.
Yep, it's a minion group. The minion group is one.
Okay. And we're going about the same speed. So difficulty is average plus whatever their
Relative shield
advantages
speed
have
of the
done.
ship,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah, they're since you haven't moved from speed 5 yet, they're matching you.
So and that's 2 purple. Have they done anything to give us? Right, I have a couple of blue advantage dice because it's the diamond jack I'm flying.
Yeah, the only thing that
Is any setback dice?
the only thing that they've done themselves is they've made themselves easier to hit, and then Adam did something. Adam made it harder for them to shoot you when it's their turn again. But there doesn't seem to be anything else that that represents any sort of bonus on your part.
Okay, then.
Being advantage is not useful right now.
Okay, so
So just try to go full throttle.
Yeah.
Open up the distance.
So we were saying rather than gain advantage, I should do full throttle.
Next, since you gain advantage,
This is
ignores penalties from evasive maneuvers.
okay.
Well, there is no evasive maneuvers going on right now.
Okay. So you're saying I should be full throttle?
Yeah, try that.
So, thanks to me having improved full throttle, difficulty on that is average. And I'm piloting the Diamond Jack, so that's 2 bonus dice plus my piloting skill. Okay, so I have 4 successes, 2 advantages,
Yes.
and one of the shield things, which
Is it disadvantage?
is a
Can you use the advantage for anything interesting? Other than that.
Advantages can always be passed off.
Yeah, blue die to the next person.
which seems useful in this case.
Yes.
How many did you get in total? 2?
2.
You can give it to him the next time he fires to give him 1 boost die.
All right.
All right. So what have you done?
This is
If you successfully executed full throttle,
Okay.
we're now
What does that give you?
speed 6.
Okay. Excellent.
and Gan gets a boost die on his next shot.
Excellent. Speed 5 and speed 6.
And hopefully that surprises them because that's more than our ship is supposed to do.
Wow. Excellent. Okay, so after that then, Jesse, what are you doing?
I'm spinning around the back cargo bay, trying to get my feet together.
Okay. Tobin, do you want to do your damage control?
Right now, the only real damage control I could do is possibly repairs to the vehicle. Repair critical hits the ship is suffering from.
Fire discipline. Turn to force.
Yeah, I'll use
can
a
do fire
damage
discipline.
control to try to remove the critical hit.
You probably have some.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can, if I'm successful, I add a bonus to your shooting, and if I get
So
any,
the amount of damage
two
we've
more, I
taken,
can
that's less
gain
than half of
additional-
the value, right?
Oh,
Of the
cater to an
thresholds?
additional crew member.
So what's that again?
The amount of damage we've taken is less than half, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have successfully repaired the critical hit.
Good.
Yeah. Remove the effect because it.
But it's a mover, I
last
can't do it
round.
next turn.
What's that? You haven't removed the effect?
Critical hit
Can I do it now?
doesn't count.
That's your turn.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm for some strange reason I'm hearing Jesse and Adam's conversation better than I'm hearing you, Dan. Would you say that one more time?
The critical hit has been repaired.
And so the effect is gone as well? So the effect is gone as well?
That's what I'm taking a look at. It says characters can also use this action to repair critical hits the ship is suffering from, the difficulty of repair, blah blah, etc. So I think, as with normal, I think we're also. I would say we're probably still suffering from the tailspin, but if we get another critical hit, we don't add the plus 10.
Okay. That sounds like it works. All right. So, well done for that. After Toby, the initial. What?
I found an action I can do. I'm going to do
Okay. Well, unfortunately, Jesse, you need to have that ready when it's your turn to go, man.
Okay.
The initiative cycles back around to the TIE fighters again. Now the TIE fighters they suffer at least 1 black die, right? I think. Yeah, at least 1. And it was easier to hit them, but they're going to see if they can full throttle as well, so they can keep up with you.
That's good. It takes their action. They can't shoot.
That's true, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, if I go far enough down the pilot tree, then actions can become maneuvers, but you have to get fairly far down before you can do that.
Yeah, they're not that far down.
Hell, since I'm splitting stuff now between pilot and scoundrel trees, it'll take me longer to get there.
Well, but for the TIE fighter pilots, they're minions. So let's yes, I'm a super ace. I got full piloting, and I'm in a minion group. That's the Empire for you.
They easily kept up with you. The good news is that because these TIE fighters are tin cans with engines and solar panels on them, they're probably not going to want to maintain that kind of speed for long. Although for long is kind of relative. But they're still back there. And let's see if there's a maneuver they want to take advantage of.
Well, they can do the same thing they did last time.
I certainly can. We'll see if that's what they actually want to do.
Oh, by the way, you rolled wrong last time. You don't get a boost die. You upgrade once. You upgrade that, not roll. You want for the stay on target maneuver?
Oh.
It's an upgrade, not a boost die.
You also got a boost die from natural.
Well, now you have a boost die, absolutely. But in the last one,
Last one, I had a boost.
Yeah, they're going to do. They're going to do stay on target. In addition to their. In addition to their full throttle. So until the end of their next turn, all combat checks from them upgrade their ability dice once, and then any combat checks made against them upgrades the ability dice in the attacking pool once until the end of their next round. So they've kept up with you, and they're on you tight. But the good news is it's your turn now, Gan. Take a shot.
Right.
I think you have to. I think you have to suffer. Hang on a minute. I think there was one holdover setback die, but I can't remember where it's from. But since I'm pretty sure I remember it, I'm going to impose it on you.
Pretty good.
Other than that, you're both the same silhouette. You're both at the same range band, which is close range.
Okay. So average difficulty. Nothing special there. Use a maneuver to aim and then fire my shot.
Knock yourself out.
I'm gonna actually roll some hits this time. Alright, that is much better. So this and this can get picked up by this. So there's 1, 2, 3 successes, 1 advantage. Crap.
Okay. Or no.
Still. So it's going to be a total of 8 damage incoming.
Okay, well, they have an armor of 2.
So 6.
Yeah, well, there goes one of them.
What? I got one.
The game is gurgling about something. I have no idea what.
Waiting for the don't get cocky reply.
Just need to make a quick adjustment. Yes, you've blown one out of the heavens. Good for you. It disintegrates in a ball of ionized gas. Much like one of your uncles did when he ate too many beans one day. All right.
Okay, for perfection.
So after Gand, it's Vanny. What you gonna do?
I believe I'm going to do gain the advantage.
We're not suffering.
We're not
We're not suffering any penalty.
Okay. Would evasive maneuvers help us?
It's only worth it if you're going to do evasive maneuvers.
So is evasive maneuvers going to help us at this point?
It would make it more difficult for them to hit us.
Alright then, evasive maneuvers it is.
And then for your action, you can do that. Gain the advantage. And that'll negate our negative penalty for evasive maneuver.
Okay, so that's 1 or 2 piloting checks?
Maybe 2.
2 piloting checks, okay.
Evasive maneuvers.
Oh, so it's not even a check. You just
No,
do
it's
it.
just you're doing it.
Okay. So 1 piloting check for gaining advantage.
Indeed.
At average difficulty, because I think we're still showing speed and all that.
Because they have gone up to 6 as well, so yes, we are seeing speed. So average difficulty.
Okay, so the dice I'm using actually hasn't changed any. What's my total on this?
3 advantages. Or sorry, 3 successes.
3 successes?
Yeah.
3
Looks like you did it to me. So evasive maneuvers it is.
I believe this actually gained the advantage because evasive maneuvers just happened.
All right. Well, you just keep in mind what the effects of that are, and we'll move forward. Now, Jesse, now you can do something.
I am going to do a. Is it scan or is it? Can I see the book again?
Yep.
Thank you. It is fire discipline. It's a hard leadership check, and I get to give an advantage die to Gand.
Well, you go ahead and make your hard leadership check.
I will. I think I'm gonna...
You kick-ass hard leader, you.
Holy moly! I have 3 successes and 6 disadvantages. So I give you.
What the hell did you do, sir?
I give you 1.
He's like, yes, go, go. And then Vanny goes like this to do her evasive maneuvers, and he bangs his head off the...
No, he's exhorting you to go to do better by taking off his pants.
You also, if you actually you don't really, you can cause them to have strain.
No, the disadvantages are for you.
No. Each additional 2 successes grants this to an additional crew member. Oh, and additional crew members spend 3 advantages to allow every hit from the shipboard weapons to inflict 1 system strain on the target. As well.
You said you'd roll disadvantages though.
Advantages to cause strain, or he can spend 2 advantages to... Yeah. That was not going to be as good for you, but...
No, not against TIE fighters. It doesn't matter against TIE fighters.
Well, on a linked system?
Yeah.
Why would you spend advantages on anything other than more damage?
Anyway, I don't know how you're going to play the 6 disadvantages.
You've taken 2 strain.
Okay.
You've somehow managed to pull something, exhorting Gan to do better. There's blood running down your nose. You're like, holy shit!
Yelling so loud, he popped the vessel.
All right, so after
Ow!
after Jesse, it's Toby's turn.
So, because it is GM's caveat, would it be possible for me to use damage control to repair any of the damage we suffered?
Yeah, why not? You're gonna need all the help you can get.
Right.
So your current damage total is sitting at 7.
We aren't crit anymore, at least.
4 successes and an advantage.
Oh. So what does that get you?
don't know. There's no specifics on how much damage is repaired. It just says you
Thanks, Fantasy Flight.
I'm assuming that if they're going on, it's sort of, there's the strain check that you can reduce, and then there's the damage if it's the same thing.
They have one here.
Oh.
Remove 1 point of hull trauma plus 1 additional point for every 2 successes.
Okay, so you rolled, what, 4 successes?
So it's
Four.
a 3 success. It's a 3 damage reduction. Is that what that
No,
means?
not by my count, because if he rolled 4 successes, he gets 1 for the first point,
And then
1 for the next 2 points, and then
Yeah.
So, 2
Yeah,
points.
still, you're only
2 points.
Good.
Hey, 2 points is better than nothing when you're dealing with a total threshold of 20 points. Every point counts.
And that's the only hull repair I can do.
I don't know if you boys and girls have noticed, but a lot of things in this game are awfully fucking flimsy.
Most certainly.
Unless you're a hero.
And for the advantage, you get a boost die. For
Very good.
Very good there. Very good there. Okay. So the initiative has cycled back around again, and it's the TIE Fighters' turn. All 4 of them this time. For
Hey. Apologies for my gross tardiness.
You're just in time to hang around while we're getting shot at by TIE fighters.
yeah, pretty much. Sit and shush.
You can join us as space particles.
Can you do that?
doesn't
You could move those to the side, like one for each chair or something.
Somebody will be able
We'll get
to
it too tough.
send a quick call to the Ruby Queen to get them to come back us up.
I'll let you do that as a maneuver. Do-Re-Mi has they have a problem with coordinating actions for combat.
Yeah, we sent something ahead to them. It said, prep the hyperdrives and the astrogation route, because as soon as we land, you're going to push the little button and we're going to go...
Yeah, the other problem, unfortunately, is that they don't know where you want to go, and they're not going to pick a place. So if you want a hyper jump laid in, you're going to have to do something rather interesting. You're going to have to plot a hyperspace jump for another ship while in a ship. Transmit the numbers to be punched into the computer from the Diamond Jack. I can guarantee you that while it'll be possible, and I'll give you every advantage I can squeeze out, it will be difficult. I will use a dark side point because, no,
That's what it's there for.
because normally that's just not done. So
It's a good thing we have all these light side points down from that.
We might need those to survive combat.
what you may want to do when you get a chance to talk to Do-Re-Mi again is you may want to explain to them and try to, because our 2 units are stubborn as hell. You may want to try to explain to them using charts and graphs why it's really important that when you say get the hyperdrive going and then jump us someplace, any place, you really do mean it. But for now, you haven't had that talk with them yet because you haven't been chased by a couple of flocks of TIE fighters.
Oh, don't worry. Me and this logic probe will have a nice long conversation with them afterwards. Gotten droids.
But so the TIE fighters are going to do the maneuver of staying on target again. And I figure they're operating with at least. I figure they're operating with at least 1 advantage die and at least 1 setback die because we've been whipping around modifiers back and forth. That being the case, I'll throw the purples in there. And if anybody has any objections to that judgment, say so now. 3, 2, 1. Good. Making the check.
Hold on.
What?
The evasive maneuvers is an upgrade.
Upgrade.
Right. So no boost for them. Upgrade only.
So hopefully they get despair. So you also get the upgrade too, not the boost.
You TIE fighter pilots are being really morose.
On target? I don't care.
Yeah, if you lose, there's
There's a lot of despair in their lives right now.
All right.
with an upgrade to your dice because they're staying on target.
Oh, dear Lord.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so 1 advantage and 1 triumph.
Fuckers.
No, that means that they can use the advantage. They can't use the triumph. They can't. It's not a hit. Because then you
Well, the triumph comes with a success.
not necessarily depends on how it shows.
Uh,
The dice, because on a lot of the die rollers, it'll show the fact that you have a triumph. But if you have no successes showing, it means you get the effect of the triumph, but not the actual hit.
all right. Well, I'll read out the dice then. 2 successes on a yellow, triumph on a yellow, advantage on a green, success and an advantage on a second green, a blank, a disadvantage and a failure, 2 failures, and a third failure.
Yeah.
Yep, Scott.
No. So the effect of the triumph, but not the actual hit.
Oh. I wonder what that would get me.
Typically bad things for us.
What does 1 lone triumph give them? Well, I'll just ignore the advantage. That's just easier. For the advantage, one of the TIE fighter pilots will travel close enough to Gan to make an obscene gesture through the viewport.
How dare they?
I know in regular combat you can upgrade the difficulty of the target's next check with a single triumph. I don't know if that's the same as Starship
They can
combat.
upgrade the difficulty.
They can upgrade their own check.
Uh,
Do something vital like shooting the controls nearby blast doors, sealing them shut.
Yeah, do something vital, turn the tide of battle, such as destroying a capital ship shield generator or losing a pursuing ship in an asteroid field.
I'm pretty sure you actually have to hit them for that.
You know what? I think I'll settle for upgrading your difficulty to hit them 1 time.
Yep.
I think I'll settle for that rather than having them suddenly make an asteroid field appear. Holy shit, asteroids just warped out of hyperspace. Boy, I'm telling you.
Oh.
It's them killer asteroids we've been hearing about, Jesse.
Really
okay.
check for you.
All right, so them having gone,
Upgrade done.
it's now your turn, Gan. Blow some of them out of the heavens.
Very good. Have a lame.
Now they've done evasive maneuvers.
Yep.
But we're
But we have
We
a
gained the
game
advantage.
advantage, so we ignore that.
Excellent.
However, we still have the upgrade from them getting that triumph. So that is
There
bad.
we go. All right. Do it to it. It sounds like a shotgun blast every time you roll those dice through the
A lot of
microphone.
dice, but they're all coming up fucking blank.
Yeah, you know what? Just between you, me, and the fence post, the more I fucking see this dice system, the less I like it.
So that is
2 successes, 2
2
advantages.
successes, 2 advantages.
Well, that lets you have at least 1 fire linked Manamana.
So that is after armor,
2. So their armor is 2.
2. So it, 2 successes. So 5 damage in, and then a second shot of 5 damage in.
Right. So let's look at what that would do for you.
Let's try it just.
Oh,
Oh.
so 1 TIE fighter gone.
anyone doing that.
Another TIE fighter full of a pilot who really wishes he'd chosen another career path.
There's a hole in my hull.
Roll your initiative.
Pinwheel of Doom.
Roll your initiative. Since you're here now.
I didn't get another spot on that.
Quick, throw the Wookiee at them.
Just jump out of the fucking airlock.
Just grab the axe and launched.
One advantage for the Wookiee.
Okay, so there's another spot. It doesn't matter. It won't put us in front of the TIE fighters anymore.
Alright, and that's
Not
the game's
that
action
much
done.
noise.
Next victim.
Pilot.
Your turn, Jesse.
That's
Blow another blood vessel trying to do a leadership check. I like it when you do that. I want to see if you can get blood to come out of your eyes, anime style.
2 successes, 2 disadvantages.
Now he's just exhorting you in a language you don't even understand. He's like, boomaka boomaka ba! And you're like, that's fantastic. I'll just keep doing what I'm doing.
Any advantage?
Evasive maneuvers gain the advantage.
Sure, I don't see anything else on here that it's going to be helpful.
These humans, they're all crazy.
All right. So that's what are you doing for your action?
Yeah.
Is that everything? Is that everything you're going to do, Angela, or is it just because that's evasive maneuvers? I think is just a maneuver.
Well, she makes the roll, the shift to roll for the game.
Yeah.
Only if they try to break it.
Oh, only if they try and
Oh,
break
no,
it.
sorry, it runs till the end of the turn, so yeah.
Yeah,
you would
she has to
break
roll it again.
So yeah, I might as well
Same
renew
dice.
this. Okay.
It's fucking hot outside.
It's very yeah, this whole weekend
Simple
is supposed
doesn't
to be
exist
pretty
yet.
3
close.
successes, 4 advantages,
Simple doesn't exist
and
yet.
2 disadvantage.
It's still in committee. You know.
Yeah, so 3
Bang,
successes.
so-
So
Yeah,
we're
they're
two
doing
advantages.
Guys, I can't hear the dice roll.
3 successes, 2 advantages.
Okay.
We should probably give that to Dan.
So again, 2 advantages.
One more side.
And you are now considered to be evasively maneuvering.
We're evasive maneuvering, but we have gained the advantage.
Oh, excellent. Keep in mind what those effects are for their turn, assuming they get one.
Yep. Yeah.
Toby?
The advantage, I can choose which defense zone we're hitting, but
They're the same.
Yeah, they've only got 2, so
that doesn't really matter. In
it
this
doesn't really matter because they have no defense.
They're exactly the same.
So I'm actually gonna, since there's really not much I can do for damage control, I'm gonna actually try to contact the Diamond Jack and get those damn droids to start working.
Ruby Queen.
Whatever. Yes. Yes.
Diamond
Ruby
Jack.
Queen.
Yes. How are you doing?
I don't think I can intimidate a TIE fighter the way I can a mouse droid.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
The
I'm not-
screaming at us.
how do you convince a recount? The problem is that the R2 droids, the R2 droids are citing a piece of programming, and you know what this piece of programming is. About 26 or 27 years ago, there was the Old Republic put in a they put in a model-wide requirement to limit certain initiatives undertaken by R2 droids, and there was some sort of a complaint by some spacing guilds that R2 units were getting pissed off at their owners and taking cargo ships and fucking off with them. So, and they wanted something in between sort of the zombification of a restraining bolt and sort of allowing the R2 units to get pissed off and steal millions of credits of cargo. So what they did instead was they had them hard programmed not to astrogate without the presence of their owners actually on the ship. This is built right into their programming.
Command them to do so.
You don't understand. It's built right, like you'd have to change their programming. You would have to have access to them to hack. Like you don't even have to hack it. You just have to pop open a thing, run a line in, sit at a terminal and type in a few lines of code. But it's not something you can do from here.
So that it's not possible for us to get them to do this.
You can't. You're not going to be able to convince Do Re Mi to lay in a course.
I get them to spool up the hyperdrive. Well,
The hyperdrive doesn't need warming up.
no, but the what was his name? The Hut.
Oh, you want to get Sassoon? Well, that's another matter entirely.
You don't have no restraining bolt or some idiotic programming.
That's true. He doesn't.
You want me to push what button?
Shh. Go ahead. Are you in some kind of trouble?
We are heading back to the ship with 3 TIE fighters on our ass right now. We need to plot a course and to get out as quickly as we can dock.
Well, I will move the ship around to the front side of the moon and make it easier for you. I assume you're not going to want the force fields in the landing bay to be active.
No, that would be nice if we didn't run into the force fields, but if we could also get some kind of astrogation course starting to be plotted.
I'm not I'm not very good at that, but I know who is. Hang on. I have good news and I have bad news, but since you have enough to worry about, I'll tell you all about it when you get here.
All right.
The rat's plotting our course.
Yeah.
We're doomed!
Get to do what? No, I was going to say Doki. You're just plotting a fucking course.
That's
What? I know we have the Wookiee who can do something.
Huh.
Okay.
That's right. He's plotting a course to Kashyyyk, or back to Boz Pity to pick up your long lost playmate.
Yes.
all
Right, so the initiative cycles back around to the TIE fighters again. Now the TIE fighters are, I'm pretty sure they're carrying at least come on, guys, I told you to remember what you were going to do to them this turn, so
To upgrade their difficulty once.
And they're going up against defense 2.
okay.
Do they have any setback? Do they have any setback? No setback?
No setbacks currently.
Well, the shield,
Defense
the
2, yeah.
2 setbacks from them.
It's not from after. It's
Nope.
the upgrade. I keep forgetting it's an upgrade.
Yeah, it's the upgrade, and
Yeah. Average difficulty with an upgrade, 2 points of defense. That's pretty much all we got. And
One failure, 4 advantages. I mentioned how I hate the way that works. What can 4 advantages buy them?
let's see.
2 advantages, they can perform an immediate free maneuver that does not exceed the 2 maneuvers per turn.
Huh.
3 advantages, negate enemy defense bonuses until the end of the current round. That wouldn't really help them because current round, they're first.
Right.
Gain +1 range defense until the end of the active character's next turn.
That sounds like fun. All right, so Gand, that's 1 extra black die for you.
Got it?
Plus they were evading,
We're staying on target.
No, we.
so that eats that up, and
we ignore that.
that eats that up, and I can't think off the top of my head of anything that anything else that would affect the situation. So.
Very good. All right then.
No, that's from the TIE fighter.
Great. So is that back to our turn then?
Well, yep.
Very good.
Take a shot, dude.
Firing away. That looks a fuck of a lot better.
What do we got?
This would have been nice beforehand.
Oh, wow.
We could have removed them cleanly.
All right, so this
Well, there's
They-
1 triumph, so one of them's
We
gone.
got a total of 5 successes, 2 advantages, and one of those successes is a triumph.
okay, so
10.
one's gone right off the bat.
So we're looking
5
like, 8 points
So,
in. 8
yeah.
points in again, and then the triumph for a crit should smoke the 3rd.
Yep, that's it. Pretty much they're gone. You sweep this guy with a bunch of blaster bolts, and then the next thing you know,
Yeah, it's like, and then in one spot they all kind of went.
Oh, good. Bunch of shit rolls followed by one really.
so
Now get the fuck out of here before that Star Destroyer shows up.
Yeah.
so as you're flying along, you Vanny, you hear something crackling in your ears.
Atato, apatatukutapa, atapo, atapatapo, utatapatapa, atapatatu, utatapatapa.
You're pretty sure he's asking you something, but damned if you know what he's asking you.
Atapatapo, atapatapa.
Sorry, Doke, I don't know what you said.
Okay, well, you hear him typing. You hear him typing furiously away. He's going to send you an SMS. It's like, yeah. Do you want us to go someplace populated or someplace not?
Not is the reply back.
Atapotapa.
And he hangs up on you.
Oh my god, no.
One of them completely the ass.
All right, you guys wake up on Hoth.
Whoops.
Except isn't Hoth populated?
Well, sort of.
Visible.
There's maybe 2 or 3 species here,
Population.
not very friendly.
Populate.
Well, the Tauntauns are. The Wampas are big and cuddly. Well, they could be with a little help.
It's just one of
After
like
a
a
nice
team.
talk with the fiber rack, it'll be nice and cuddly.
In the meantime,
They won't be doing much cuddling of it after the Vibrox is involved.
No, it's very cuddly. Cut them open, rip the insides out, make their fur into a nice cuddly jacket.
I think there's a few steps in the middle of that everybody's skipping.
Not if you really need to do it fast.
Screaming, running in terror, that kind of thing.
Right.
What the hell do I need a fur coat for?
Two for
really cold. Because even though you're furry, your species doesn't actually have a bonus against weather conditions.
Meh.
survival, resistance.
okay.
I don't know. Chewbacca seemed to do all right on off.
And how much time did he actually spend outside on Hoth?
He had a security torch, yeah.
Yeah.
He's also a hero.
Well,
He has special protection. It's called the plot.
well, Vanny, I got good news and I got bad news. The good news is that thanks to Gan's decent shooting, you've rid yourself of this swarm of TIE fighters. The bad news is that while you were screwing around with this swarm, you didn't notice another swarm sneaking up on you, and this one has a little. Well, this is another group of 5 TIE fighters, but there's also another TIE fighter here, one that you've definitely never seen before. Rather ominous looking. Bent wings. Looks a little like this. Hang on a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I thought we were going to end up seeing. Damn.
Is he bringing our artifacts back to us?
Yeah, he's being nice. I don't actually need these. You can keep the mask. I just want my harness back.
Also, Jem is also warbling at you that the sensors on the Diamond Jack are picking up the activation of. Hang on a sec. I just want to make sure. Of concussion missiles.
How close are we to reaching the Ruby Queen?
You'll get there eventually. It's fighty time now.
Okay.
Help!
Okay. So I'm going to need some more initiatives from you. I assume, Dubaka, you might want to do something.
I guess I'm taking care of the defensive systems for the most part.
Shit. We'll find you something to do. Trust me.
Morning action.
Can you fit a Wookiee into a TIE fighter?
Question, Gus.
Mm-hmm.
Do the concussion missiles have the quality guided?
Yes.
I know what I'm doing.
He's gonna hack them missiles,
Yeah, it's called spoofing missiles.
Just give him a good spoof.
Triumph doesn't mean anything in initiative, does it?
Sadly, no.
I'm really responsive.
I really want to go first.
So I got 1 and 3.
3 and 2.
Just 3.
0 and 2.
We're back to initiative.
Okay, go back to the first person who told me.
1 and 3.
1 and 3. Next.
3 and 2.
Into next.
3.
3 and 0. Next.
0 and 2.
0 and 2. Next.
3-0.
3 and 0. Anybody else? No? Good. Holy shit, did the Imperials ever roll well? Okay. The first group of individuals to come swooping in shooting are the vanilla TIE fighters. They're just so gosh darn happy with themselves. They come in, they don't bother with any maneuvers and any fancy meat and potato stuff. They just come in with their fangs gleaming. Three successes, no advantages.
My character sheet.
And so that's 9 damage total. So if you have any defense, oh wait, I gotta double check.
Do you have a point of defense that there should have been taken into consideration?
Well, I can do that retroactively, no problem. Oh, okay. So 3 successes, 1 disadvantage. You can decide what that was when the time comes. But in the meantime, you guys are going to take 9. Again, you're going to take 9 damage minus your armor.
7.
7. There we go. You're getting hit pretty hard. The one disadvantage. They're you guys will get a boost die against them when the turn when the turn comes back around for them to try to attack you. Or yeah, no, when you guys. Okay, let me try this again. You guys will get a boost die to attack them. Let's put it that way. But it works only against the cluster of TIE fighters, not against Vader's TIE fighter. Okay?
Got it.
Okay. Excellent. I'll say I never gave you nothing. Now comes the fun part. And by fun, I mean, Vader's not screwing around. He's going to drop 2 concussion missiles because, well, he's going to try and drop 2. It fires linked, so it automatically fires 2 at a time. Whether or not 2 hit you is another matter entirely. That we will see. Check that out. Double check. Oof. Oh my God. 2 successes and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 advantages. So it looks like they both got you. They have breach of 4 and blast of 4. I don't think blast is going to affect you very much.
No, because there's only one target.
Yeah, but breach will though. Pretty much kiss your armor goodbye, such as it is. So yeah, the good news is though, it's only 6 damage per missile.
So we're not dead yet.
Yeah.
No, it's 6 plus 2. It's 8.
Yeah.
16.
We're dead.
No, we're below 0.
Yes, but you see, in this particular game, the game doesn't have the guts to tell you when you're dead. They leave that up to me.
Now might be a very good time to use some of that destiny to keep us from actually being toast.
Oh no, game rules said we go below 0, it does nothing. The ship is non-functional.
Incapacitated.
Fully airtight, not being ripped to pieces.
So the first missile hits you, sends you careening on your y-axis. The second missile hits you, sends you careening on the x-axis, and so now you're careening on the x and y-axis, spinning around. The guns are non-functional. The drive is non-functional. Gem is upside down. Most of you people are hanging from different directions from your safety belts. There is, however, a piece of good news. Because just as this happens, Vanny, some damn fool, executes a micro hyperspace jump. And right about the time when you figure out, you're sort of saying, gosh, who's that? Say, that ship looks awfully like the Ruby Queen. Say, that is the Ruby Queen. Say, micro hyperspace jumps are awfully dangerous. Indeed, many people believe them completely impossible. Your people can do them. Your people do them for sport. There's actually a games. I'll tell you about them later. But one of the events in said games is to safely execute hyperspace jumps within system and short range. You think the record was from one small city to one small city on the same continent's distance. There is another piece of good news. The other piece of good news is that whoever's flying this thing has lined it up such that you guys are literally going to fall right into the bay.
Really useful because our engine's dead, right?
Pretty much.
Your chef.
Calm.
Wash?
We're gonna rip right off
Was
the
that
bat.
you?
So the door is so fucked up it has to be blown off the ship. Like you've got to use the explosive bolts on the inside to blow off the hatch on the Diamond Jack. That's going to be a repair job, along with whatever all else is wrong with the ship. So you guys crawl out and run to the bridge as fast as you possibly can. Meanwhile, you can feel the ship rocking under the attacks of the TIE fighters, and you're pretty sure it's only a matter of time before those concussion missile launchers on Vader's TIE fighters cycle through and allow them to fire 2 more. And if that happens, you're all gonna wish your mothers had never met your fathers. I can tell you that for nothing. At the very least, it means going back to the Imperial Rumpus Room for more fun under the sun.
We jumping yet?
Yep, another interrogation droid.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be actually mobile if they do that next time.
See, I think this time it'd just be like, the Wookiee's here, blam! Right between the eyes.
I was one arms.
So you guys go running upstairs to the bridge about as fast as you can, because that's where not only the piloting controls are, but damage control, navigation, primary gunnery, the whole thing. Do Re Mi are sitting somewhat ruefully lined up against one side of a bulkhead, while Doki he hears you come in. He leaps out of the chair and, using a number of clicks, grunts, wurgles, and hand gestures, he manages to convey to you that in order to do the miniature hyperspace jump, he had to dump the coordinates he was working on for the other hyperspace jump, because in the Star Wars universe, navigation computers can apparently only do one fucking thing at a time. So you're going to have to start over again with that. But hey, he wasn't sure whether or not the engines could do that, but he was really sure. He was really happy that they did. You're also pretty sure Sassoon is going to put Doki in a very small box with a little bottle of oxygen and trail him behind the ship for a while in order to punish him for the things that he's done to the hyperdrive. Did I mention miniature hyperspace jumps were very, 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 very dangerous?
Yeah, Vanny was only not cursing out of sheer surprise and awe, and her brain going, "Who the fuck is driving this? Doki?"
Yeah, that's it. So, it's a
I'm not sure if I want to punch you or kiss you.
Figure that out later. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm immediately jumping on the computers and trying to essentially drop any kind of interference we can against.
I'm going to keep the same initiative just to keep everybody's mind in play, which means I have one player slot open now.
I'm assuming that I'm going to be making an astrogation check.
So that would be Vanny.
No, I'm going next.
Okay, Toby.
It was pretty much.
So
Yeah, so I got 4 successes on trying to block the
guidance.
guidance. So.
okay.
Take a look and see what that does. I know there's some kind of upgrade for Vader when he tries to shoot us.
Well, we'll get to that when the time comes. But first things first. I want Vanny to take care of that delay in that hyperspace jump so we can get the hyperspace clock working.
Are you going to give me a difficulty for that?
Well, it depends on where you want to go.
Nearest system away.
I can see I'm going to have to give you some help here.
Yeah.
Do you want to go? Do you want to go to a populated system or a non-populated system?
Non.
Okay. Do you want to go to a deserted planet, or do you want to go to a planet that may have some people on it who walk perhaps the dodgy path?
The second.
Do you want to go to a full-blown shadow port?
Yes.
Or okay, the nearest shadow port to here is actually a place called Syvris, Syvris, and it's actually not too far away from Nalhutta and Nar Shaddaa, which means that it's just outside of Hutt control space. It's actually on the border of capital I Imperial space and Hutt controlled space.
Sounds like a very, very lovely place to go right now.
It was founded by the Great Pirate Rance back in the day, and the Great Pirate Rance was great, and he was a pirate. You can tell Wikipedia didn't have much to say about him. He was great, he was a pirate, and he founded a Shadowport. As far as I know, he's not alive anymore, but the Shadowport still is. You've actually been there a few times. It's considered to be friendly to your people, especially if they have money, and so that being the case, it's not a difficult jump to make from here. You're looking at 2 purples, but I'm going to spend a dark side point to upgrade one of those purples to a red.
What you got?
Alright, so that's what I've ended up with.
2 successes, 2 advantages.
Woohoo!
Okay, so that means you've got to wait 3 turns until the hyperspace jump coordinates are fully locked in. Lucky for you, you've got that stellar cartographer. Otherwise, it would take you 8
Galaxy
turns.
map thing.
Sure, them two. Or it would take you 8.
Lovely.
What you doing, Angela? Furiously looking through your notes.
I was just checking to figure out whether or not I had Galaxy Mapper ×2 or only 1. Although I don't think that actually affects that half of it. Only that only any disadvantages to.
Well, let's start with whether or not you actually have it.
You didn't give me any for the astrogation check, so it didn't actually matter. The only effect that actually mattered was the time before we could actually go.
Right.
And the 50% less time to actually calculate the thing.
Right. Well, that being the case, shall we safely conclude that your turn is done?
Yes.
Okay. Toby, it's your turn.
Okay, so in doing the missile spoofing, 2 successes, 2 advantages, and a triumph.
And a triumph.
Yeah. So 2
Keep
upgrades to Vader's difficulty when he fires the concussion missiles.
Keep in mind that every single check you make is subject to me suddenly deciding I may want to spend a dark side point. So I'd like you to keep doing the rolling ahead of time down to a minimum. But I don't intend to spend a dark side point now, so I'll let that check stand. So that being the case, Vader can't fire his missiles now anyway. But remember that result and effect for in case he decides to fire them again, which technically will not be this turn, but next turn.
And for the effect of the triumph,
Yeah.
I am upgrading his difficulty.
Good stuff. You remember that. You remember that too. Well done. Excellent check. All right, who's coming after Toby? How about you, Gand?
How about shooting the shooting bits?
Okay, fine.
Now the weapons on the
Are different.
yeah. Hang on. Let me just call up the.
Yeah, somebody has the sheet for it.
Do you not have the sheet for the Dowager?
I do. I made a copy for me and put a second one out in the middle of the
I have
table
the group
because
copy.
it's shared.
And I have a good copy.
All right. Now, there are 2 medium laser cannon clusters, which means that more than one of you can take the guns.
Also, I believe we're a big enough ship that there are some additional things that can be done with the guns that couldn't with the other one.
Yes, but I really don't necessarily think they would be as effective as those maneuvers / actions would be if you guys were on a frigate or something bigger.
Still, it is possible to do blanket barrage and concentrated barrage.
It's tough to do against fighters. I mean, you guys are already at a size disadvantage.
I didn't say it was necessarily always going to be a good idea, merely that that the barrages are options now.
Right.
Also, don't forget. I understand this is the last thing on your mind right now, Vanny, but don't forget, you have you've got a 6 forward medium laser cannon cluster that's controllable only by you. It's fixed forward.
Right. Is there anything actually in its path?
In combat, that tends to get kind of loosey-goosey, but essentially you've spent your turn, this turn, doing piloty stuff, so you can worry about that next turn.
Fair enough.
All right. Well, I'm going to use my Let's Ride talent to enter a turret as a non-action.
All right.
My maneuver.
That's right. So Jesse, you're standing there and you watch Gand like grab onto the friggin' rail, throw himself upside down, upwards towards the turret. He's just that damn excited to get in there, boy. He loves that.
Go, bitches!
He loves them guns. He loves them so. All right.
So since shooting at a TIE fighter group, the difficulty's hard since their silhouette is smaller than ours.
Their silhouette is 3.
Yep. So
And yours is. And yours is 5. Yes. So whatever there'll be a handy dandy chart somewhere on the.
I already got it. I was just saying it out loud so you knew what I was targeting.
Excellent. But the good news is they have no defense, though.
Excellent. All right. Then, barring anything else, I'm opening fire. Very good. Ah. Fuck you, TIE fighters.
Bastardo. Well, these guns are obviously they're obviously sticky.
So,
They're obviously they're brand new, eh? They've never been fired, eh? So.
well, got to give them a good test run. Got 3 successes, which is going to be 9 damage minus their 2 armor.
Yes.
So 7 damage in.
7 damage. Well, that's enough to blow one out of the heavens. I don't suppose you got any advantages, do you?
Nope, nada. Just success.
You blow one out of the heavens, and one took a little nick. One of those TIE fighter pilots is right now wishing he could be in a TIE bomber.
I have more experience.
The good news is that if there were TIE bombers out here, they would never be able to catch. Well, they'd be able to catch the Dowager. By the way, as the Dowager speed is 4 maximum, which is pretty good.
Yeah,
ship
I've
that
been
size.
looking at that, trying to figure out whether or not. What speed were we going when the Diamond Jack entered it?
6.
Doki's a hell of a pilot.
That's why I said wash. Wash.
So how much system strain have we?
So can I take this chance to hop into one of the other turrets? Or is
Yeah, yeah. By all means, sure, get in there.
There's 3 turrets with 3 cannons.
this wheezing
take-
asthmatic
I'll
running-
take the only thing though, Jesse, is
Yeah.
that getting into the turret is going to count as a maneuver for you, so you won't be able to
I
aim
can't
this
do
turn.
aim actions for this turn.
Yeah.
As I said, like a wheezing asthmatic, he follows Gan and takes left turn to the right.
Son of a bitch! I gotta get in. How many rungs are there on this fucking ladder? That's it. Next time you figure you're just gonna jump down, just drop down and hope you don't fall right out the bottom.
Or get my cybernetic implant so I can just hop down for.
There we go. There we go. Be sure to-
1 success, 1 disadvantage.
1 success, 1 disadvantage. Hey man, that's a hit. So that's 7 damage, and -2 for their armor. So hey, dude, you killed one. Knock yourself out.
Actually, don't. We might need you to shoot again.
You just see him like, yay! Boosh!
You should have seen one of his maneuvers. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna give him a boost, so he gets like 2 successes, like and 6 disadvantages. Yeah, go ahead, slip up.
What?
Do better than me.
I say she's calculating the jump. You're in one turret. You're in the other.
I'm on the computer.
You're dealing with the systems.
I'm
The
dealing with
doctor,
the
the doctor
potential
won't
of
use the gun, and that only leaves the boss, who can't hit the broadside of the barn.
Well, Dubaka, are you doing stuff or what?
If you're any good at computers, I could get into the turrets and be useful. But I'd like the concussion missiles to not hit us. In fact, I'm looking at trying to do a system slice on.
Dubaka's going to do he's going to do the interpretive dance of his people to inspire you all.
No, he's going to take the last turret.
There's only 2 of them, so good luck with that.
3. But Adam just said there was 3.
Yeah, it says 3 on here.
Let me go and reread.
There's 3 gunners, so I'm assuming
No.
that means.
No,
Yeah.
3.
One of those gunners, the forward firing
It says
turret?
3 medium laser
Awesome.
cannon clusters.
Is that which one? The fixed cluster?
Well, it looks like you guys just inherited an extra cannon cluster.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Was
3
there only supposed to
lasers.
be 2?
It wasn't my intention, but I suspect I may have decided at the last minute that you guys didn't have enough covering on your butt.
Salem leans over, looks at Chewbacca. No, your feet go in the. Oh, never mind.
I'm just not very good at it. I'm just,
I don't think the Empire had Wookiees in mind when they made them. All right, so take your shot, man.
what is the difficulty?
3.
That at this range, it's a 2.
No, It's a size difference of 3.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's harder to hit them. So that's what was that, Adam? 3?
We're three dice.
3 dice to hit them.
Yep.
Is it easier for them to hit you?
Yep.
Adam's like, I don't know.
Yes, it is. They have an easy difficulty to shoot us. One
So
die.
that's what? 1 die? Oh dear Lord. You guys better get out of there fast. What the hell are you waiting for, Vanny? Come on, faster.
I can only go as fast as the computer will let me.
See? This was the problem that started your whole clan, I'm telling you right now.
Just not a voice.
All right, come on, Craig, take the shot. 3 purples.
One advantage. That's it. That's all. So
You got which one? 1 advantage?
Yeah.
Well, give a bonus to
Who's next?
give a bonus to Gand the next time he fires. Then.
Okay.
There we go. All righty. So now comes the bad news. It's the bad boys' turn again.
In order to use a 1-for-1, you give the boost die to the next player.
Okay.
So it has to be him.
Because she's doing piloting things.
No, I mean she can't do piloting checks in the first round.
Oh.
He'd have to take a shot the first round.
Okay, that's fine. We're all going together anyway, so it doesn't matter.
So we'll go together when we go.
All right. So the TIE fighters are taking a shot. All 3 of them.
These are good things.
Yep. So we have defense 3.
Yes, you do.
And armor 5, I believe.
Yes, you do. And I'm going to spend a dark side point to upgrade one of their green die to a yellow die.
Dick.
Not that that makes a shit ton of difference.
Yeah, we do.
We should start spending some light set points.
Probably a good idea. How many? Oh shit.
Yeah, we're getting at a 4-point advantage right now.
Oh dear, oh dear. Okay. 3 successes plus 2 advantages.
Okay.
And that's with 3 setback dice. Fuck, I hate these dice sometimes.
Yes, we're gonna tickle.
So, you're looking at 9 minus 5 would be 4 damage, multiplied by 2 because it's using linked.
Yep.
So that's 8 damage on the poor Ruby Queen. Your first battle damage, folks. I bet Mama's proud.
It's the first, but it will be the last.
No, because Vader's going next.
That'll add up a lot more probably.
But you're splicing his missile.
That's the
but
good
he's
news.
not using missiles this turn.
Yeah, now he's just using his blasters this turn. Not that those are anything to sneeze at.
Yeah,
Well,
you-
actually, they're the exact same blasters as are on a basic TIE fighter. He doesn't have any more or any less.
No, but his skill level is more the scarier part.
Yeah, well, there is that kind of. Sorry about that.
You're not sorry at all.
I am too. Sorry.
So remember, Vader has upgrades his difficulty once on his attack.
Fair enough.
You know what? Lightside says he's a dick. Upgrade it again.
Right on.
Fucking heck.
Not to mention the 3 setback dice he's going to take just because of your defense. However, he is strong. He is strong with the Force.
He's a very bad man.
So he's going to peel back one of those setback dice. But he'll still have 4, so it could have been worse.
The force power to...
He's using force power. Okay, gotcha.
Some kind of piloting thing.
No, just flip a dark side to light side, guys.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
That's right, Vader doesn't have 5 stats. We don't know what powers-
Holy shit! Okay, so 2 successes, 3 advantages, 1 triumph.
God damn it.
Yeah, that's what I said. So we'll just deal. So he's got an extra success or an extra advantage. We'll deal with in a minute. But the 2 other advantages will allow him to attack twice. So that would normally be one success from the triumph. So that would normally be 9 points. But you guys have got 5 armor, so that's 4 points times 2 because of the linked. So that's another 8 points of damage, plus he's going to force a critical check. Because he's Vader, and Vader does that shit.
78.
78 says power fluctuations. The ship
Oh.
vehicle can be set by random power fluctuations and outages. The pilot cannot voluntarily inflict system strain on the ship until this critical hit is repaired.
Okay, somebody make a note of that. The Ruby Queen will not be able to voluntarily accept system strain until it's repaired. The good...
But we can't do any of the stuff that we would normally system strain to boost. So no, like, grabbing extra speed or anything like that.
Right, yeah. Full throttle, I think, is the only thing I could do that would inflict strain. And I think that's actually supposed to be strain on
Really would make
me.
a difference because it would just increase.
Yeah, you're not gonna outrun these TIE fighters by going full throttle. So,
Yeah.
all right. So, this is the second turn, by the way, on the shot clock. There'll be one more full turn after this one, and then at the end of that turn, you can jump if there's anything left. I mean, if you're okay to do that.
Left in the Ruby Queen.
So, Vanny, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
Nope. Gan, so you can take advantage of the boost.
Can first.
I've got it listed here as Vanny first.
Slots are not fixed.
What's that?
Initiative slots are not fixed.
I thought once you chose one, your...
No, it's just slots, and then you can cycle those however you need.
Jesus, that's going to be a nightmare for me to keep track of.
We have anonymous slots, and then we just decide who goes. And...
Yeah. Okay. Well, all right then. I'm gonna. Yeah.
Well, if we want to get the boost to Vanny, then Vanny can go next.
Well, whatever. I mean, you know, got to at least try to follow the rules. Whoever wants to go can go.
Would evasive maneuvers help us or not?
Hmm?
Would evasive maneuvers help us at this point or not?
Then you should go afterwards so he doesn't eat the. Unless you want to do the same thing to gain advantage.
I was figuring on doing that
That would help.
because it's probably the most useful thing I can do until we can leave.
Sounds good.
Okay, so you get the boost die.
So you will need the boost die, so we'll give that to you. So what speed are the ties going at?
They're at. These guys are at 5.
Are we at 6 or 4?
4.
You're at 4.
Okay.
We could be at 5.
So it's a, so the gain the advantage is
I
a
think we
hard
gained the
check.
advantage. Yeah.
It's 3 purple dice.
And you said I got a boost die?
Yeah, 1 blue.
And we appear to have a triumph.
Woohoo!
That's a good start.
So 2 successes, 1 of which being a triumph, and 2 advantages.
Looks like you guys really have evasive maneuvers.
What do you want to do with the triumph?
What things can I do with it?
You can give him a free upgrade.
That's good.
It sounds really good right now.
Shooting things that are trying to shoot us are good.
Does that conclude your turn?
Yes.
You have 2 advantages. You can give him 2 more boost die.
And more boost die.
Okay. Somebody remember that you guys are harder to hit, but also keep in mind that because you're being evasive, you're also harder to hit other things.
No, we're not. She's gained the advantage.
Oh, gain the advantage, right. Well, gain the advantage has its own thing, though, because I was looking at that just a minute ago.
Yeah, the die roll was for gain the advantage since evasive maneuvers is just a maneuver.
Right.
So yeah, for gaining the advantage, it cancels the penalty for the evasive maneuvers.
Oh.
Either or.
On their turn, the ties can attempt to break that.
Okay, so you've chosen to gain the advantage on the tie cluster rather than Vader's tie?
For this, yes, because I'm expecting the bonuses we've just given Gan to help him blow that out of the water, and then we can
The
just...
bonuses he'll get anyways.
Okay, well, There we go. So take the shot. Oh, who are you shooting at? Are you shooting at the cluster or at Vader's tie?
No, I want to try to remove the cluster.
Okay.
Since I'm probably targeting Vader, seems it's going to be difficult. Extremely difficult.
Alright. One success, which is good. That's that.
One success, more advantage.
One success, 5 advantages.
Well, looks like you've managed to use all of your linked weapons.
Yep, that's 7 damage.
Times 3.
Minus 2 times 5. Or times 3.
7 damage times 3.
Yep,
Does that take into account their armor?
5 damage times 3.
All right.
Your armor will reduce that.
0.
And the last advantage is...
There's one last TIE fighter, and he's feeling lonely.
All right.
Diabetic to potentially.
What the shooter? You have
I
actual
might as
dice.
well go. Yeah.
Go
Next
next.
up.
Get a boost.
Will do.
So I have a choice here. I can either try to spoof the missiles again, or I can try to slice his systems.
Try to shut down his weapons.
If I get a triumph, I can shut down one of his weapon systems.
2 successes, so another 8 minus 2 is 6 damage on a TIE fighter.
Yeah, that pretty much erases the TIE cluster.
The other thing that also is by slicing the systems, every success reduces the defense of one zone by the number of successes. So I don't know how much shielding Vader has on that.
Do you want to take a shot, Vader?
I might as well.
You can even use a light side if you lose.
So who's going next, and what are they doing?
I was going to take a pot shot at Vader.
Sure, can't hurt. Your difficulty is 3 purple. He's going to spend a dark side to upgrade one of those difficulties to a red.
Okay. Okay, and was there any...
Are there any boosts to him? No.
Only if you rolled any.
No.
Only if you rolled any.
No.
Okay.
No. Just the 2 successes.
Roll it.
What is that?
1 advantage and 2 failures.
Oh.
They missed.
Well, what are you going to do with your advantage?
Give Toby a boost die.
So
There we go.
What do you want me to do? Try to slice his systems and turn off his concussion missiles completely, or assuming that I get a triumph, or try to spoof again to increase his difficulty?
It just increases. We're only seeing him for 1 more turn, so just increase his difficulty.
Whatever the easier roll will be.
Spoofing.
We can survive 1 more turn of missiles, but not taking that damage would be helpful.
No, the spoofing is simply for the missiles. If he doesn't fire this round,
Oh.
he does nothing.
Okay. Good.
Well, almost nothing.
Whatever's easier. Do it.
Okay. And flip me up.
One side.
4 successes, 1 advantage, and a triumph.
I
Wow.
think his systems are down.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to shoot those missiles.
Well, no, the problem is that because I got more success, I only need one success. I wanted more advantages. So, again, he upgrades his difficulty of any guided check by 1, and with the triumph, I will increase his difficulty on his next check by 1 as well. The advantage I will give to you go first in the round.
Yeah.
And you'll get a boost on your next roll.
I'm trying to figure out what the next thing.
Probably engaging the hyperdrive, because that's the round 3 astrogation is up.
Right, yeah. Punch it!
Okay. So After Toby, I think it's
Recycle.
recycles. Okay. So. Now, what does Vader have to overcome to fire those missiles at you again?
2 upgrades.
Oh, my heavens.
Plus 1 upgrade from the evasive maneuvers.
3 upgrades.
3 upgrades.
5 points. Fuck him.
So you're
4
look. Okay, I need a total here, guys.
4 upgrades.
Is that
2
all?
1 from the maneuver, and Jesse is
Light side.
flipped the light side to make him upgrade. And then there's our 3 setback dice for our defense.
Okay.
He's making a challenge for him.
Still probably smoking.
How's your good feel still?
The force is strong.
Just no.
Well, despite all that, he managed to get 1 disadvantage and 2 successes. So the good news is that only 1 missile hits you. The bad news is that 1 missile hits you. The total damage is 8, has a breach of 4. So never mind 4 points of your armor on that one.
Right.
So you're looking at a 7 damage altogether if my math holds.
It does.
And you know, that's it for him. So now it would be whoever wants to take a turn.
I believe this is
Turn 3.
the course is now plotted.
The witch?
I believe the course is now plotted, is it not?
Yeah.
It's the end of the turn, the end of the 3rd turn,
We have to survive them more for a while.
because they have the higher initiative, so they actually began the turn. So it's the end of this turn. So you guys get to do a whole bunch of stuff, and then at the end of this turn, you jump. So add insult to injury, quick.
Could this be Darth Grover?
He doesn't even have his lightsabers out. He's
Grovis.
constricted from using
Sorry,
his
Darth
lightsaber.
Grovis. My mistake.
All right, that'd be General Grovis. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't think we should waste our light side points if we're going to be gone at the end of this turn. Just
Yes, well, the one nice thing about this friggin' game is that I get to decide when apparently when everybody's dead. So, Jesse, you're dead. Just saying.
Damn aneurysms. Okay, so
Take a pot shot.
take a pot shot at him. Very good.
That's up Vader's insurance premiums.
Uh,
Because that's about all we're
So-
able to do.
does he have taking a pot shot at Vader? Any defense extra stuff I got to worry about?
Well, remember, no, that's not something you need to remember. You're going to have to deal with a. You're going to have. Are there any dark side points left?
Oh yeah.
Good. Flip one. That'll upgrade your difficulty. One of your purples to a red.
Done.
Your purples would be 3 to begin with. Plus, you're going to have to deal with 1 setback dice.
Okay.
Just because his ship is that cool. Other than that, knock yourself out.
All right. So he doesn't have like the Nemesis stuff kicking in.
The did you know that this game does not have Darth Vader statted out?
Very good then.
I guess he's not a nemesis.
Vader.
His ship's not. If it was just like him sitting on the engine with his lightsaber, then
Well, that's a good point too, because did you know that the game also doesn't have his ship statted out?
Who knew that Vader was just
I'm starting to wonder what I paid for.
Vader's an elite mook. Very good. Let's see what the dice say we do today. That and that killed that. Kills that.
Nope.
That's a success.
Oh, wrong type. All right. So then I have 2 successes and 2 advantages.
Oh,
so 2 hits.
So it's a chain activation.
oh crap! I forgot he actually does have defense. The ship does have shields.
Okay.
Oh well, I'll know. What's that?
How much?
2.
Okay, throwing them in. That cancels 1 and 1. So I have 1 success, 1 advantage.
There we go. His armor is 3.
Okay, so that brings down to 4 damage in.
4 damage.
We hit him.
You rang his bell.
Scratch the paint.
Ding. Hello, I'm here.
Hello, who loves you, baby?
Next.
I'm going to take an aim action for an advantage die, and I'm also going to spend a light side point.
That's right. You're gonna pull a Roy. You're gonna pull a Roy Scheider in Jaws smile. You son of a.
Venomous video.
I'm going to get a failure or two advantages, which I'm going to give to the Wookiee, I guess. About 2 advantages to the Wookiee.
You know what? We're sending you to gunnery school for like a month after this. You're going to like some private corporate sector gunnery school, and you're not going to come back until you know how to hit something with guns.
Gus, Salem will just berate the instructor until
That's right.
he cries.
Scathing tirade.
You'll show up drunk and you'll be like, "It's all well and good to know how to use turbo lasers, but I know how to do wet work on 50 different planets. What do you think of that, bitches?"
How many setback dice am I dealing with?
3.
Yeah, in your case that's 3, plus an extra 1 because it's Vader.
Right. Okay, so 3 total. So I got 3 boost dice because I'm aiming. I get 2.
Yeah. You've also got 3 purple dice to hit him because he's smaller than you. And if there's any dark side points left, he upgrades one of those purple dice to a red die because he's Vader.
Of course he does. All right, I think I got this figured out. Oh no, I missed.
At this point, you just be thankful you didn't shoot yourself.
At least it wasn't a despair.
Yeah.
Next.
Those 4 failures, 1
Um,
disadvantage, by the way.
Because we're about to jump.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a dick move. So I'm going to try to slice his ship.
I think his ship's been sliced. Oh, you mean like by computer?
Yes, I'm slicing his systems.
Nice.
Turn off his IFF.
I don't know what the. That can't be an easy slice. I'll tell you that for nothing.
Or it's a maneuver.
There we go. Well, there we go.
So, the ship takes 2 strain.
Uh-huh.
Advantages. However, the defense on his front arc has been reduced by 4. So
That would make 0 defense on his front arc.
We're jumping after next.
Or we were jumping at the end of this round, but yeah.
yeah. So I was trying to hope to turn his guns off.
Party shot.
Incentivized.
Oh yeah, he gets
Turn
another
his face
shot,
away.
doesn't
It's like, "Put
he?
shield
He gets
down.
another
What
shot,
about
too.
coming at
No?
us?"
End of the turn.
We're gone? We're gone now?
Apparently. End of the turn. Everything kicks in. We go.
All right, Vanny, you're the only one left.
Forcing the indignity of having
So
them to pick
jumping
having to
is
have them
piloting?
pick him up because his engines are dead or whatever.
Yep.
No, shuts it off for a system. For a turn.
So
Two purples.
As a rebel X-wing comes flying up to the ship and they blow him out of space.
so it's just the 2 purples.
Yep, just 2 purples.
It's at 95 to be about the closest thing.
It works.
Still better than TIE Fighter though. It's actually got shields.
The tiny advantage is that there's lots and lots and lots of them. And they're fucking fast.
They're cheap. They're
Fast. Okay. I think we have 2 successes and maybe 1 advantage.
2 successes, 1 disadvantage. So whatever you're doing goes off, but there's a disadvantage to take care of.
Yeah.
And you guys all have the you guys all have the distinct pleasure of watching her take hold of the hyperdrive actuation lever, pull it into its down mode, and all of a sudden the stars turn into long lines.
Yeah.
And then you have a power fluctuation.
Fuck.
So here's what has to happen. Sassoon is going to run like a crazy person, which isn't easy for Sassoon, back to the engines and see what he can do. to see what he can do to fix things up. But you're going to have to make a piloting roll, and this one is going to be 3 purples and 1 red.
Please don't get us spit out into a protostar.
Okay, so you said 3 purples and a red?
Yeah.
Do you have any greens that you can upgrade?
Not for piloting.
Can you add a green?
Yeah, you can add a green.
When you upgrade, if you have no extra dice, you get
Yeah, what
green.
was that a green?
Yeah, you can add a green. if
We
you
still
want.
have.
We
We have
have tons.
plenty of light side points. Let me add you.
Yeah, I grabbed the dark side toothpaste tube and went squip.
So. Hopefully that means we still actually have a success after this.
Yeah.
Net 1 disadvantage.
God damn it.
Shit. Now you know what's wrong. The power fluctuation scrambled the fucking Navicomputer.
Hmm.
You're going to need to do these calculations again in your head. That's the bad news. The good news is that you're a Kyros.
Yeah.
The only question is where you want to go, but since you've already decided it's Severus, that would be another 3 purple, and I won't upgrade the purple. You'll just be left with 3 purple. I will give you a boost. I'll give you a boost die because you can do this shit in your sleep. But that's an astrogation check, not a piloting check.
Okay, so astrogation is 3 yellow, 1 green. And you said you're giving me a boost die?
Yeah, and your difficulty is 3 purple.
It actually looks pretty good.
Very easy. 4 successes, however, 2 disadvantages.
Good. Good. The course has been replotted. Now you just have to hope that Sassoon will fix that power fluctuation. And then you're back in hyperspace again. He drags his ass forward, and he says, "Well, we have a problem.
Well, we have
The
plenty-
hyperdrive is going to need extensive repairs after we drop out. We'll be able to drop out safely. Don't mind that ultra loud banging noise you hear after we drop out. I won't bore you with the precise details, just to suffice it to say that unlike Corellian hyperdrives, Verpine hyperdrives are able to operate under far less abuse. Not that I'm pointing any fingers."
Noted. At least we're going somewhere we can repair it.
We're going to need money. If any of you people have any idea how that's going to happen, let me know. In the meantime, I'm going to draw up schematics and a plan of action, if you will excuse me.
We don't just need money. We need to stop being marked targets. But I mean, I could put makeup on some of you, but others have other issues.
Well, Severus is a shadow port. There is no real Imperial presence there, at least no open one. If there are Imperials there, they'll be agents. Not necessarily that makes them any more fun to play with, but at least you won't look out of your friggin' hatch one day and see a stormtrooper standing there.
And all of a sudden, Chewbacca's left arm goes.
As the cripple kicks in.
as the cripple kicks in.
Jotana stands up. Come on. To the med bay. Toby, as she walks past you,
Mhm.
you get almost exactly the same sense off her that you got from Vader.
Yeah, we're gonna do something with that.
Nicked good.
Is he over there outside my camera view gesticulating wildly? Going, watch her. No, her. Watch her. Shit. I've got to get a wide-angle lens webcam. Because as it stands now, I can't see. I can only see you three jokers at the back. I can't see Angela and I can't see Dan. Yeah. For all I know, you guys might be back there cutting up paper dolls. I don't know.
Paper crane.
That's right.
What do you mean?
So, you have some travel time, and some time to relax, and some time to talk to your R2 droids if you're so inclined, and some time to go down and see what happened to your Diamond Jack.
Get us the hell out of here. Means that
I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who can tell them that because I would have to program.
Well,
no,
Doe, they're all standing behind the pedestal support for one of the control panels, and Ray is completely hidden. Doe is peeking around the left side. Me is peeking around the left side, and they're all making terribly apologetic noises. But they say it's their programming. They're programming, you see.
which bit of your programming is it?
Ray drives around out from behind the pedestal, and his little projector fires up, and he shows you about 10,000 lines of code.
Crud, fine, okay. I can't do anything about this.
No, I might.
But luckily, you know who can. Quick, to the Toby-mobile.
Yeah.
Actually, I get him sort of walk over to the boss, say, "Boss, we need to talk about something in private life."
Yeah,
I'm
let's go get some water. I am thirsty as hell.
Salem is going to go monitor comms traffic and chatter.
That's right. Hey guys, listen to what they're saying on the Imperial frequencies. Son of a bitch!
Vader's really pissed.
That sounds like some guy choking out.
That's right. Something about Vader's new TIE fighter again. Don't think he's happy, over. Well, fuck, when is Vader ever happy? Oh shit, that was an open line. Oh no. Which way to the Rebel Alliance again?
Vader's just gonna choke out his mechanic.
Vader's choking out the whole bridge.
Actually, Vader's probably very happy with his craft because it kept him alive, whereas those stock TIE fighters fucking went up like little paper kites. But having said that, you and Marrow go to the kitchen.
Go to the meditation chamber.
Oh, you go to the meditation chamber? Okay. Well, first he goes to the kitchen and gets some water because he's thirsty as a fucker. And he grabs a bottle of water, nice and chilled from the bottle chiller. You guys have a bottle chiller. The Verpine thought of everything. No expense spared. You should have seen the weapons they wanted to put on the Ruby Queen. That's all I got to say about that. But so anyway, so you guys walk the sort of semi-spiral path to the meditation chamber. And you step in and stand on the strangely bullseye-colored floor pad. What's going on?
So there's something that I need to tell you about, and I wasn't telling you about it before because of the possible danger, but since Vader now knows, it's really kind of a moot point.
Well, you might as well tell me now.
You know how Jedi have the ability to tap into the Force and do all that weird kind of crap, and
Yeah.
so can I.
Oh, Mazel tov.
It means it puts me as a target.
Well, if you had told me that back when I first hired you, I might have accepted an argument against hiring you. But we're all targets now.
No, like, I mean, I'm a target like my entire family was killed in front of my eyes because my family has this ability. Target.
I am sorry about your family. There's not much I can do about that.
there's another problem.
Oh,
Part of what I can do, I can sense things.
okay.
When we went down to Core, man, we brought back another passenger with us. And I'm really hoping it wasn't the passenger that was actually inside that mask. But it might be.
Wait.
Right now, they're piggybacking on the doctor.
Oh. What do you recommend?
I have no idea. I know that when it happened to me back down when we were fighting those Sith zombies, my rider left. The rider that she has, if you could distill hatred into its purest essence, that's what the rider is. Pure hatred. They've now got a body. I don't think they want to do that. I don't know how to possess it.
I heard him for a second.
He stands there and he thinks for a few minutes. Well, I'm not going to turn my back on her. She saved she saved Chewbacca's life. But I also understand concerned if she's carrying the Force goes to Darth Nihilus.
That would be worst case scenario. Best case is she just picked up somebody. But I know from my experience, if she's carrying a passenger, there's access to powers in there that best left not to have anybody access to.
What would you recommend we do?
Like I said, I don't know.
Well, I don't know either. I don't know either, and you're closer to this than I am.
The only thing that we would be able to do to make sure that the crew is protected is to essentially put her under. Put her in some form of stasis until we can figure out what to do. But the problem is that the only people who really would know about this, most of them are probably lying in shallow graves somewhere.
He keeps thinking. I guess the best thing we can do is sedate her maybe and put her in one of the stasis chambers. But that's an awful lot to do on your say so.
I know what I felt. She's not herself. Now, I haven't seen anything else. I just know that when we were originally picked up and taken to the ship, she had enough hatred for at least 3 people in herself. And when she took Chewbacca to the med bay, I get the same feeling from her that I got from Vader.
All right. We'll keep an eye on her for now. This could be a temporary thing. I mean, by your own admission, the fellow that took over you when we were on Osis walked away on his own.
Yeah, and he was around for what? A minute, maybe two?
Yeah. Well. We'll keep an eye on her. She so much as twitches wrong. We'll have to put her in stasis, although I don't know. I have no idea what to do here. I didn't expect to end up with people who were using the Force on my ship. And I certainly didn't expect any of us to come back from Korriban alive in the first place. Try and keep that under your hat.
Consider it headed.
All right.
And there's also this. I pull out whatever that diplomatic scroll was and pop it open. And find out what it was that we found.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
It's the shadow port. This one.
How convenient.
How much income are we making each day?
That is the deed to a moon.
A moon with a view.
One of the moons in the Chandrillin system, so pretty prime real estate.
So I hand it off to him and go, "You need money for repairs. Maybe this will help out somehow."
He looks at it for a second. Are you out your damn mind? What the hell? Where did this come from again?
It came from the lockup on Vader's ship.
Ah.
Just
See, this is what happens when you pick up strange things. What are we going to do with a moon? And a Chandrillin moon. It's not even an out-of-the-way moon.
It's better than a bridge that doesn't exist. And people sell those all the time, apparently.
Maybe we can trade it for a moon we can use. Hang on a second. I want to check something.
What's the name of my laser core band? A moon we can use.
Got to be a moon or a giant asteroid somewhere. Somebody taking trade for this. How many moons? Wikipedia, you have failed me. Either that or it has no moons. Just be my fucking...
It's a newly created moon.
So in other words, you're saying we're getting oceanfront property in Arizona?
Silence you.
As long as I'm not the one trying to sell it, people will likely believe that it's actually genuine.
You want to try buying that thing from the This is hilarious. The Star Wars Essential Atlas doesn't have Chandrila. That's where Mon Mothma came from, for crying out loud. How can it not have Chandrila? Wow, so much for it being an Essential Atlas. Well, let's make a check against your education. Difficulty of 2 purple. Dan?
Yep, just give me a second.
Oh, wait, it does have 2 moons. God damn it.
Triumph. And 3 advantages.
You don't know what the old man's been smoking. It does have 2 moons. And you've got control of the little one. And I'll use that roll to say that the little one is chock-a-block with mining rights. Mining rights. Say.
Sexy.
Mining rights are worth big fat money. Hey, maybe you can send Gandin to negotiate with an Imperial again.
Denied.
He'll stink up the joint. And for those of you viewers that have no idea what happened there, let me sum up how it went. You will give me more money than I asked for. I will give you more money than you asked for, but I don't ever want to see you again. I will never show my face again, but I will exude ammonia from within my carapace. Ha ha ha! It's, I believe it's I believe that little functionary is currently counting credits at a stormtrooper payroll office on a Star Destroyer somewhere. Definitely not good for his career.
But he gets for being racist.
That's right. That's right.
Some bitch.
That was par for the course for the Imperials. I mean, come
That's
on.
hilarious. That's hilarious. I will give you less money. You will give me more money. I will give you more money. So it's like a friggin' Jedi mind trick there.
I wish to have this much. I will give you nothing. You will give me more. I will give you more. Damn it.
Meanwhile, there's Jesse listening in going, holy shit.
I can't believe that worked. That ammonia's really powerful.
Not a Jedi mind trick, it's a Jedi instinct trick.
It's amazing. It's amazing what happens when nobody bothers to tell the Gan that eau de toilette comes in a bottle.
It's more like standard eau de toilette does not do nothing to the Gan, it makes it worse.
Oh, this was catered to a human form. Oh, that's worse. So better.
Well, so you guys, you two geniuses spend 15 minutes figuring out whether or not Chandrila has a moon. And then once you finish that, you realize that you've essentially got ownership of some lucrative mining contracts. But the lucrative mining contracts are held by corporate interests, which means you're going to have to negotiate with corporate interests in order to do something with the moon. Which means I hope one of you people bought some more negotiation, because otherwise you're going to have to send Gandin again to stink out the joint.
I have a point.
One whole point? You're supposed to be the face guy. What's the matter with you?
I don't know. That's where I come in. It's called loom.
Yeah, loom is not negotiation. Trust
Yes,
me.
it is.
If that worked, the Wookiees could go shopping on Tatooine and just pester the Jawas.
It says when an ally engaged with the character.
In other words, I think he's trying to say that him looming behind Jesse means that Jesse is better at negotiating.
Because there's a big scary Wookiee.
Well, that's something you can worry about later.
Everything.
Of course, the other option would be to sell the moon to the corporations themselves for a percentage of the profit of their mining.
That's all I was thinking of. We don't have the mines for or the wherewithal to capitalize properly on this. We're trying to sell it at a low price, get as much as we can for it immediately as quickly as possible.
Remember, it's a low price for a moon.
No, but having a constant income stream would be kind of nice.
That's right. Wookiee hair care products don't come cheap, you know.
Is that a corporation?
No, what Gus was just saying is we could sell it to them for a percentage of what they make off of it.
Yeah.
Now the trick is to bind up the Chandrilan bureaucracy so it doesn't notice the sales being made. It's like, wait a minute, our moon belongs to who?
That's what I was actually thinking about.
You put a big fat estoppel on before they put a big fat legal estoppel on the thing, and now the corporations are dragging you guys into court. Although court with who, I have no idea. Oh wait, Imperial Court. Haha, send in the Gand lawyer.
Your Honor, the two Utes. I'm sorry, did you say Utes? Yeah, the two Utes.
What is a Ute?
I am inclined to give you nothing, Gand. You are inclined to give me everything.
I'm the Emperor now, bitch.
Don't think that's how that works.
Totally how that works.
Well, something you may have to keep in the back of your mind, because the Ruby Queen needs at least some repairs, and oh, the little Diamond Jack needs some help too. And I bet you when I look in the core book and check up how much it would cost to repair a ship, I bet you I won't find any decent rules in there for it. Thanks, Fantasy Flight Games.
Don't worry, you'll spend 2 months on the forums searching for third-party backup rule sets.
Yeah, and half of my search will consist of people who play the game telling me that I don't need the rules, I should just do without the rules. It's like Shades of White Wolf all over again. You don't need rules for that. Oh, I see someone's trying to pull a Jedi mind trick on me over the internet. Nice.
In the gaming world, everyone's a beatnik.
I'll say.
Don't need rules, man.
So, Adam, while you're, when you get a spare minute, if you could dig up what the rules are for repairing a spaceship.
Essentially,
Okay, let me check.
looking at when an ally engaged with you, so it must be within close proximity, successfully makes a charm, deception, or negotiation check, you will add to that roll 1 advantage per rank and coercion.
Yes. I know, but I was just looking it up because the way it's worded here makes it sound like if somebody was engaged with, like, trying to negotiate with me, and I was like, that doesn't make any freaking
Ally
sense.
engaged with you.
Yeah.
Got to be standing next to them.
Mr. Salem, I'll give you 400 credits for the Wookiee. Sold!
Wait, hold on.
Sure, give me the full 400 credits, and then try to take your possession. I dare you.
Come along, Mr. Wookiee. Ow, that's my arm.
I don't know if that was your arm.
Right, now is probably also a good time for me to talk to our slicer about a couple of things. One is there anything we can do about those droids having that silly limitation where I can't just tell them
I
to
can
put
reprogram.
Okay. Who on this ship actually is responsible for owning the droids? Are they ours?
Deploying the ship.
Oh, cool. So I can just
assume.
ask you to do that.
Yeah.
Cool. The other thing that I think would be in your review is, thanks to that stash found on Corbent, we have a whole bunch of these fake IDs,
Yep.
which we're probably going to need.
Possibly. Well, you have a whole bunch of fake IDs.
Right.
Yoink. You want me to put your picture on them?
Yes.
You see some bouncer on Nar Shaddaa.
It would be nice.
Very well, Raoul, if that really is your name.
For Will, so that if she wants or needs one, when there is one available.
The other thing we could do is just leave them empty until we need them.
And how quickly can you fix them up if we do need them?
She hands them to some guy. It's got a crayon drawing on it instead of a picture.
And
Or
then
is it rendition?
That was dope. You can just
Reasonable facsimile thereof.
it would probably take a bit of time, but I don't know what kind of encryption they have on each individual one.
what the hell is this one? Mary Jade? What?
At the very least, I think we might want one of those while we're here at Shadowport.
If you want one, I can fix one up for you.
Sure, I'll take one. Always useful to have an extra one.
Unless you get caught, and then when you have two, then they start asking you more serious questions about why do you have two.
But I
Damn it, Dan! I don't want to be known as fleshy McSweet thighs.
Okay.
As far as the extra things go, I have lots and lots of pockets. They're not going to find any extra IDs except for what I'm giving to them.
Yeah, Jem's been chasing you around with the big coat she bought you.
And
Big
now I've figured out that if I adjust the lining and the snaps a little bit, I can actually turn the thing inside out, and it still looks like a coat.
There we go.
And therefore all the fancy stuff is on the inside, and my explanation for Gem is that by doing this, I can make it so that the shiny outer side doesn't get damaged when I do risky things.
Of course, Jem being a fashion plate, she disapproves terribly.
You would disapprove even more, I think, if I actually got this coat damaged.
She sturtle splats at you, which is universal droid speak for whatevs.
So what I'd like to do to the droids is I would like to install in their programming a command override that will allow us to command them to plot an astrogation check to get us the hell out of here. But it would have to be engaged, therefore they couldn't on their own just decide that we're horrible, horrible people and take off.
This is our emergency jump point. When we stop, you auto-program this and have it ready to go. If we ever tell you, you pop to that point. That's it. One set point they always go to.
We can be on the ship to do it, to get them to plot the course.
Yeah, and have it prepped and ready. So.
Well, it's fine. It's before we leave the ship, plot the course, and then we leave. This is for like coming back, going, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, just do it, you stupid droids. Override code, fuck you, do it.
Override code flee.
So that is what I would like to do with the droids, guys.
I think he's speaking upstairs.
Possibly. Can you go upstairs and check?
Yeah, I can hear him, but it's
Happened last time too. After a certain period of time, sound kicked out.
I have found the costs for repairing the ship.
The actual rules.
Yep, there are actual rules. So repairing the Diamond Jack from its current 0 hull points back to
No crits.
full thing is going to cost us about 10,000 credits.
That's expensive.
Cost is highly variable, however, it can fluctuate based on our reputation, the overall damage to the ship, so in this case the fact that it was punched to 0 and
But no crits.
may potentially scarcity of parts and countless other factors. Final cost is ultimately up to the game master, but the general is 500 credits per point of damage.
And that's not even throwing in that we've got to repair the Ruby Queen's
And
hyperdrive.
it could take weeks or even months to repair for a vessel that's been punched all the way to 0.
So we have some downtime.
so the Diamond Jack ain't going anywhere for a while.
And there's some mining rates to negotiate. It'll take time.
See, we're Worst comes to worst, if it is 10 grand, paid. We're moving.
Well, for the Ruby Queen, we
I'd rather not.
took 23 points of damage, didn't we?
Yeah, which is going to be another
10 grand.
Another
little over
10 grand,
grand.
a little over 10 grand.
Yeah, so we fix our ship. We should fix the big ship first. Because the big ship can take the little ship around places.
And the big ship can take the little ship and the parts we need to
And
fix
do,
the little
like,
ship
partial
around.
There we go.
Cool.
That's-
All right then.
So, Goose?
Yes. Well, hang on a sec. Dan, you're looking at a 2 purple check against your computer skill, so it's not that difficult to reprogram them. What were you saying, Adam?
Found the costs.
Yeah.
So you're looking at, say it's, once it's in a slip or dry dock, it's about 500 credits per point of hull trauma. But the cost is highly variable, fluctuating depending on reputation, overall damage to the ship, scarcity of parts, other factors. Final cost is ultimately up to the GM's discretion.
It's time to send the Gand in and negotiate again.
And for
You see that, Jesse? You got to be ashamed of yourself that we got to get the Gand to go in and negotiate.
And for a ship that's been completely hulled, it's going to take weeks or even months to repair.
That could be problematic.
The light damage to the Ruby Queen is going to cost about the same amount of money, but should only take days to repair up.
Well, you guys are going to have to contact one of the spaceship contractors out there. And it's going to be complicated because the Ruby Queen's a Verpine ship, and assuming that there's even a Verpine presence or mechanics that can work on Verpine ships. Now, the Diamond Jack is a Corellian Engineering Corporation ship. Anybody with a half a brain cell, one working eye, and an appendage that can wield a spanner can work on one of those ships. Half brain is optional. Heck, the one working eye is optional too.
First roll.
So, here you guys. You guys are in the shadow port. Come on. Self-direct.
I don't know. Was the doctor been able to do with my arm?
Oh yeah, that's right, eh? So what do you got? You got one extent. You got one extent critical.
Yeah. Limb. I think that's what it was on the chart.
Well, according to the handy dandy medicine rules, which I just don't happen to have in front of me right now, but I'll get them. Hold on.
Gotta do that anyways.
Hmm?
You gotta do that anyways. Forget about fixing. I just go over the top. That's. There we go. Stitching in, stitching in.
I could deal with an extra 20 prawn. Wouldn't hurt anything.
Actually, would hurt a lot.
Here's the question: Can cybernetic limbs actually take you over the 5 threshold?
It's +1. Oh, look.
It is. Yes.
Okay. So it's pretty much the only way to get above 5 in anything.
Well, I think technically, if you have 5 already, and you get the advantage, like the thing from one of the trees, that can't push you above 6.
Yeah. But as
But the actual cyber limb is on top. It's just separate to all that.
So in theory, could eventually get up to around 6.
All right.
Oh, yes. Superior. Check superior.
For weapon doesn't enhance damage and it gives you an automatic advantage on your shot.
You just have a
Which is
critical.
really nice. But again,
Well, actually, no. I've also got 8 wounds and 6 strain.
Oh, okay.
little
So
anti-grav things.
you've got.
Carbon fiber. Carbon fiber.
What's your wound code?
Right now.
My name is Vasquez.
It is close.
So it's going to be an easy roll for the medical check.
Actually, might be.
The strain, I think, is just comes off after.
After the encounter.
Yeah.
Now there's
And
one that
then
can
you
reduce
need
cumbersome.
whatever the critical
Which is
injury
great, 'cause I can
severity
actually
rating is.
use, I
Will
can actually do
dictate
one man
how
pull.
hard it
It's just the encumbrance on top of the armors is a bit of an issue.
dictate how much it takes to heal that.
It still would be fun to do it.
All right. I'll do a medical check to see a medicine check for her. It shouldn't be difficult to do. Two successes and 2 advantages. Do with that as you please.
Yeah, your crit's got.
Okay.
How quickly does strain recover when you're out of combat?
Quickly enough that by the time we get to the fort, all strain would be gone.
Okay.
You take a sleep, it's gone.
But when she's treating you though, there's a hard edge to her demeanor, like a harder edge.
Instead of being just a bitch, she's an insufferable bitch.
And she doesn't give you any painkillers for this one while she pops your arm back in its socket. So you guys are sitting on the ship and all of a sudden you hear this massive Wookiee roar. There, you're done. Now if you'll excuse me, I have things to do. So that's taken care of. At some point, you guys are going to have to approach a shipyard.
So we definitely need to be docked for a little while.
You see, there's an armor mounting, a hands-free weapon system, but it doesn't reduce any.
Was that?
You remember that for armor?
I was just
Armor?
looking to see if there was a mod that would actually reduce encumbrance on a weapon.
For encumbrance for armor, if you're wearing it, it reduces encumbrance by 3. So you can bring it down to nothing, but if you're going for the higher end, you still might have some.
What is what?
Yeah, you could essentially do the Predator thing and have a little shoulder-mounted. Yep. Requires 2 hard points on the armor, 1 hard point on the.
So Jesse, as you're monitoring the communications that come from the port, there's a closed circuit port, like it's a closed circuit system so that it doesn't broadcast its existence to everybody in the quadrant.
Right.
But hey, this alien of some strange pedigree sort of pops up onto the screen with like flashing bright colors and kazoos and stuff behind him. Hey, have you got a problem with a busted ship? Oh, I hate busted ships. He looks behind him and there's like a Gamorrean going, busted ship. Well, come down to hilariously Happy Herzog's rockin' racuous lot. We can fix your ride. We can make a better ride. We can do anything to your ride. Can we do anything to your ride? And a whole bunch of strange little creatures sort of pop up out of nowhere going, yes, you can, and disappear.
Does it have an interactive query function to it?
Yeah.
I type in what's the race that built our ship again? Verpine. I type in Verpine into the search function and push enter.
Aha, wow. That's a pretty tall order. But I think if you come down here to Hilariously Happy Herzog, we can help you out, because that's what we do here at Hilariously Happy Herzog. We help out.
I click the calm button and say, Kevin, I think I've got a place for us to go for our ship problems.
5 minutes later, Marrow is standing beside you with his hat tilted back on his head and his arms folded in front of him and said, Did you hurt your head or something?
I don't know why, but I trust him implicitly.
You trust him implicitly?
He
I
does
think-
work behind Salem's face.
I think this is.
Nothing, and we've got nowhere else to go.
I think. You know what I think? I think this is a practical joke, and you've subjected me to some sort of clown show.
I'm not gonna comment on his advertising skills. So.
I have a 3-day headache just looking at the advert. You know that, right?
Yeah, but he's the only guy on the station that has a positive query for Verpine. So
This is. Well, go talk to him. Give him the ship stats. Try not to sell anything important.
I'll go in my underwear.
As he walks out of the room, he sort of looks right and left and says to nobody in particular, "Doki is on the table." Well, you hear him halfway down the hall going, "So is the damn power droid." And my mama keeps walking.
I walk over to Dubaka and say, "You ready to do some station-wide station fall?"
Let's go do some. Let's go do some negotiating.
You should contact that Imperial guy and get that. Have I got the deal of the century?
1976 bottle green X-Wing to sell you. So you eventually get to hilariously happy Herzog's
So
playground and palace of values and bargains. There's a couple of dancing droids and balloons for the kids.
right. Is there free red meat on a stick?
There is. There's free blue meat and green meat on the stick.
Salem's going to take full advantage and go, I haven't had a fresh cooked meal in so long. Goddamn right.
You're going to be taking a dump like a turbo laser in an hour and a half. You know that, right?
Salem realizes, understands the situation he's in, and has taken full stock of the problems he has to deal with, and at which time.
Have you not been to the gal?
Okay, so
Katie Biss.
Of course, half of what's in there is probably lethal to you, but that's a
Katie
different story.
Biss.
so you step into the value and bargain park, and as you're sort of things are sort of arranged onto like little islands with like walkways and pathways in between all the little islands, and there's all sorts of vehicles and ships, and some of them being held sort of up in the sky of the station by like tractor pressor beams. I mean, this guy's rent and overhead must be insane.
Which means the prices are probably going to be insane.
Well, it is a shadow port. Yeah. Hi, how you doing? This guy, you swear, this guy just popped out of a ship someplace. It's like there was a hole in the ground, and up he popped.
What the? Please don't.
Hey, check out this Wookiee. I haven't seen a Wookiee this powerful in a long time. You must work out. How you doing?
The Wookiee is easily startled.
Me and this Wookiee, we're going to be good friends, ain't we? I knew it. I can tell just by looking at your face. Look at that smile. So what can I do for you?
I have a Starblaze class shuttle that can't run on its own power.
Starblaze, huh? Running afoul of Imperial blockades. Hey, come on, just between you and me. Come on. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Nothing says my ship's all a mess like running Imperial blockades when you absolutely have to take your life into your own hands, except no substitutes.
I've got
Let me see the assessment pad, would you?
Hands it over.
Oh,
a bigger
Oh.
problem. Well, that's the easy. That's the easy.
Oh, oh.
It might be more damaged, or it might be less damaged, but it's a bigger problem.
Well, we'll look at your Verpine ship in a minute. But your shuttle. Listen, I don't like to tell customers what to do, but you think maybe it might be easier if you just junked it and tried something. I've got a really hot number in a Theta class shuttle. Can't miss. Bigger superstructure, you can mount more special systems in it. What do you think?
That's an interesting prospect, but I like my shuttle better.
You know what, buddy? Over here at Hilariously Happy Herzogs, we aim to please, and we're pleased to aim. So if you've got the credits, we've got the time and the patience and the parts and the wherewithal. Now let's look at your other ship here. Woof. Verpine custom job, eh? How did you get the Verpine to build you a ship? No, wait, I know. You beat them at Sabec, right? Horrible card players, the Verpine. Couldn't play their weight on a wet paper sack. I'm telling you, it's the truth.
No, look,
Power system problems, eh? It's one of the downfalls of Verpine's ships. They put their nervous system too close to the outside of the body. Slightest problem, and all of a sudden all your displays are popping and spitting and farting. It's terrible. It's terrible. There ought to be a law. There ought to be 2 laws. You should go get your money back. That's what I think. But having said that, I can fix this. Sure. For the big ship, I'll cut you a deal. 7,000 credits, cash on the barrelhead. And for the shuttle, it's going to be a little tougher. 10,000, complete rebuild. You'll barely recognize her.
gosh, I was coming in here. We're looking to spend 15.
On what? A haircut? Please.
Well,
we don't do half-ass work here, you know.
it's a Corellian shuttle. It's not that you can find parts anywhere.
I am looking at this damaged spec sheet now. Unless you're padding things out here, you have seriously messed up your shuttle. I mean, I've got to rebuild this thing from the ground up. I've got to tear out structural components. Structural components. Do you know what that does to my hands? I've got to go to the masseuse. He's got to rub. He's got to pull. He's got to stretch. He's got to use the special lotions. He doesn't use the special lotions. I'm just going to be all stiff tomorrow morning, and I can't work with my hands. My hands are stiff. Here's what I'm talking about. I got problems here. I got dilemmas.
I got time, so hey, maybe there's somebody else in the station that can do it for 15.
That can fix this heap for you at this price? You're a crazy person. A crazy person. I didn't know I was dealing with a man whose mind wasn't quite connected to the rest of his body. It's unfortunate, really. There's some really good therapists around here. You should see one.
All right. Well, that's all you can do.
Wait. I'll tell you what. You like speeder bikes? Let me tell you. Let me ask you a question. Are you the kind of person that likes a safe speeder bike? You know, something pedestrian, something maybe you can get around in, but it bores you, and you got the panniers on the back, and you got your shopping in there, or maybe the missus is giving you all 6 of the kids to carry around, and you're just sitting there driving around, and they're up on your shoulders and pulling on your ears and yanking on your hair and saying, "Daddy, daddy, 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 daddy." Or are you the kind of person that says, "Put an engine between my legs, point me at something I can fly over top of, and don't bother me until I want to come back because I'm the man"? Huh? Huh?
I like
Let me
the second one better.
Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? I knew you had schlookies. Anybody with schlookies would like the second one better. Okay, come on, let me show you something. Now, Ubrikian, who you may have heard of, normally for making speeders, but these guys decided to make a, well, see, I kind of didn't tell you the complete truth. It's not a speeder bike, it's a swoop bike. But saying it's a swoop bike.
Yeah, let's get back to our 2 ships then.
No. Wait. Now, don't whisk cake out on me here. Come on now.
I've got a limited time.
Look at the beautiful.
But I got a limited budget. There's only so much I can.
He pulls the cloth off it, and this thing is like somebody stapled a chair on an engine. Put like, you're pretty sure you have to wear the control vanes for a hat. I mean, like this thing.
If I can see you drive at full speed through each of the docking ports and back again and not kill yourself on it, I might consider it.
Are you out of your mind? This isn't for clods like me. I'm a salesman. This is for men that love the open terrain. For men that want to go so fast, their eyes disappear into the back of their heads for shelter.
All right. Well, thanks for wasting my time. I'll see you later.
No. Listen. Agree to my price. I'll throw this in for nothing. I'll even give you a helmet. Hey, come on. If anything happens to you, you're going to look good for your funeral.
So it looks like somebody bolted a chair to an engine.
It's not an elegant design, but it looks like a powerful one. It's easily the biggest repulsor lift engine you've ever seen, masquerading as a swoop bike.
It's not a swoop bike, sir. I'm sorry. It's not even. I would hazard to call this a safe driving vehicle.
What are you doing? What are you going to take it in the swoop races on Malastare? Are you out of your mind? This is a custom machine.
I need something that can save my life in the right.
Listen, when you really want to get away from something and you want to get on something and it moves fast, boy oh boy, that'll save your life. Trust me.
The problem with this is it's going to move fast and I'm going to stay there.
No. That's what these straps are for, see?
Do you want to annoy the Wookiee? You're annoying the Wookiee.
Oh, the Wookiee looks like he's having a grand old time. Hey, huh? Honk if you're happy. See, he just honked. I heard him. Look at this thing. Look at this. You know what? I see the Wookiee smiling. That's what I see. I see the Wookiee dreaming himself on this thing, blasting his way down one of the grasslands of Kashyyyk.
If you stop wasting my time, he won't remove your arms from your body and your legs from your body and your head.
Listen. I'll tell you what I'll do. I noticed in your specifications, you got a lot of, shall we say, open space in between your outer deck panels and a lot of your inner deck superstructure. A lot of things can be done with that open space. A lot of things can be put in that open space with the right modifications.
All right, you know what? You make a great offer. Let me come back.
What is this come back? Come on, you and I. We are kings. We are kings of the galaxy here. When kings speak to kings, then when kings speak to kings, entire empires hang in the balance.
Really mad at this point. Really mad.
Really mad. How can you be angry when I've given you everything?
You should just bring your goddamn pilot.
How can you be really angry when I'm giving you such a deal? Imagine. You've got.
If I can cheer him up, I'll bring him back, and maybe we'll
just think of this, okay? The Wookiee's family, persecuted by the Empire. He's got one chance to get them to safety. He's got one chance to get them to safety, and so he needs to hide them from Imperial boarding and customs. A beautiful smuggler's compartment, complete with padded couches underneath the deck plates, and it's insulated against most Imperial scanning equipment. Imagine. Huh? He gets where he needs to go. He opens up the deck plates. There's a Wookiee celebration. And who doesn't like a Wookiee celebration? Those guys know how to party. I'm telling you, man. When a Wookiee hands you a chunk of barbecued meat the size of your head and says, dig in, that's heaven right there.
That's a good deal. Let me get back to you. Keeps walking. Goes back to Keffin and says, I might be able to get it down to 15 for the two ships, but we need at least 17 liquid right now.
Give me some time with it.
And I got 7 in my pocket. No, from what
this being a shadow port, what sort of places are there where I could say go?
Gamble? Have wild hot sex?
No. We're still working on the cash issue, so it's either going to be these bad games, or I find out if there's somebody who might need a pilot for a quick and dirty job somewhere where I can go make us some cash while we're laid up getting the ships repaired.
Hmm. So you're wandering through the market bazaar, looking around, seeing who might want something done. And a vaguely familiar voice says, "Well, hello there." You turn around, and it's none other than Nylan Aegon, who you may or may not remember from your very first mission all the way back on Tatooine. He was the one. He was the one that tried to sell the Chuck to both you and the Empire.
That's right, and he hasn't ever actually seen me. Because
Oh,
I wasn't,
that's true.
I was never actually in that bar.
No, but if he's
down afterwards, picked us up and made that lovely escape right through the center of
the Hollow Star Destroyer.
So yeah,
So it was more of a light cruiser, really, but we shan't quibble. Well, hello there. And then he says something to you in Kiros. Get in the camera here, so I'm not talking to your forearm.
So what is it he actually said in Kirosi?
It involves what a little boy Kirosi and a little girl Kirosi do when they really like each other.
I roll my eyes at him and say, and we haven't even been introduced yet.
Well, then allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nylan Aegon, mercenary extraordinaire. You are really quite something.
Shall we get a drink while you tell me what something you think I am?
I was just thinking the same thing. He turns around and he snaps to a couple of his big beefy bodyguards. One of them is a Weequay, and the Weequay don't really understand mating. They do it, but they don't really get it. So he sort of wrinkles his wrinkly face even more wrinkly than it is, and then he trundles off with the other bigger fellow of whose species you're not quite sure of. But they're carrying big boxes, so whatever. Don't mind them. They're as much to help me as they are to guard me. Look at this, a lovely watering hole. A droid with no less than 16 arms uses 4 of them to serve you a lovely cocktail. Aegon wants a spiced ale. And by spiced, he means spice with cinnamon. So he's there drinking his pale cinnamon ale. So I noticed things. And when you were leaning forward to pick up a piece of textile not too far back, I noticed a particular tattoo up near your shoulder. He takes out a napkin and a writing stylus, and he reproduces the bottom edge of a piece of the Cava Ankir. Something that, yeah, it's there, it's on your shoulder, but you don't normally show it to people, but sometimes if looser fitting clothing moves a certain way, they can see a tail end of it. That's an interesting tattoo. You don't see many people with those tattoos. He folds the napkin up, puts it in his pocket, puts the stylus away. As a matter of fact, normally, those tattoos are limited to only one group of people. Now, a lot gets said about that group of people, but I'm not interested in any of that. What I'm interested in is that group of people are really good pilots.
Then it won't surprise you if I mention that yes, I am a pilot.
I knew it from the coat. That coat just screams pilot. You'll just have to excuse me. By the way, I don't know too many people who can take a coat like that, turn it inside out, and have it still work for them. I run a mercenary outfit, so I kind of have to notice things. We mostly do bounties. But let me ask you something. Have you ever had any success doing belter work? Belter work, translation. That's hopping from asteroid to asteroid assisting belt miners. It is a fantastically lucrative work if you can live long enough to spend the money. You had many, many, many most excellent and proper Kyros cousins and brothers and fathers have expended the last of their lives careening off an asteroid somewhere or other attempting to build a fortune.
I'll admit I haven't actually done that, but some of the races that me and my cousins do come awfully close to that sort of thing just for fun.
Well, what if I said that I could take something that's close to fun and upon its successful completion, put 10,000 credits in your hand, in script or specie, cold, hard, folding, untraceable, no questions asked.
I'd ask what else comes along with that work.
A lot of danger. You could die. Straight up. We found a rock, but the rock is nested. And we need somebody who can pull a tug. We need somebody who can run a tug and who knows trajectories, knows speeds, knows delta V's like the back of their hand. That's why I was hoping actually at some point I'd find a Kyros. Hey, never let it be said that Nylon Aegon is a liar.
I'll have to check a couple of things with the my current boss who's here to get his ship repaired.
Oh yeah?
But
That wouldn't be that sexy little Verpine number that limped in at half mast, would it?
you understand discretion means I cannot say which ship I'm actually with.
Well, I don't know how you managed to get the Verpine to build you a ship, particularly one that looks like a flying butt plug, but I bet you it's a sweetheart inside. But I understand. Discretion, discretion, discretion some more. Listen, he pulls out a call card, which is essentially literally like a single one-way pager with a business card built into it. You got 12 hours to decide. Then I start looking for somebody else. Okay?
Understood. I'll let you know either way, but the decision is tilted somewhat in your favor.
I appreciate that. He takes your other hand and kisses the top of it, and then off he goes. Enjoy the drink.
Finish my drink and wander back to have a chat with the boss.
Do you, hey Jesse, did you show Dan's character the stats on that so-called swoop bike?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
He would have looked at it and gone, "Do we really need another bike? We got one already."
Are you sure?
He probably would have talked to Kevin about like, "Hey, offering this bike, but it looks kind of shady. Maybe I should talk to someone else who knows about bikes."
Yeah, maybe you should. I wonder why he's throwing it into the mix. It looks a little sparse, don't it?
I don't know. From what I estimated, the price on the repair job is pretty close to accurate, but hey.
I wonder about that. This is a shadow port. I wonder why he'd be looking to treat us without making a little bit of graft up off the top.
Because who else wants a speeder bike or a swoop on a station?
That doesn't make any sense. So he could give that away with anything. He could give that away for peanuts. The thing looks like it's made out of peanuts.
I'll talk to Toby. He seems more interested in this stuff than I am. He'll have a better idea.
Speaking of which, what is the quotation we've been given?
He said 17, but I could probably get him lower than that if we need to.
Do the best you can with it. I'm going to have to see if I can talk to somebody and scare up some money.
And have I managed to find Kevin when I'm looking for him?
Yeah. He's sitting on the... By the way, the Ruby Queen can land, eh? I don't know if I made that clear to you. It's got 4 gigantic feet, but it just needs really stable ground to land on. So he's sitting on the gangplank, on the lower cargo ramp gangplank, having some sort of a whiskey or something like that, some sort of malt drink in a big glass with ice cubes. If it isn't an industrious pilot, what news from the Mark?
I've got an interesting job offer, boss. Said I'd have to talk to my current employer before I, accepted an offer of employment from someone else.
Such as?
When Sagan.
Who? Did you say Nylon Agon?
Yeah.
As in that son of a bantha that tried to get us killed on Tatooine?
Is that who he is? As far as I can tell,
I'm a lot of things, sweetheart. Stupid I'm not.
that job.
What does he want to pay you to do?
Take a tugboat and help some of his miners actually survive a job out in.
He wants you to pull a belt rock? Are y'all crazy?
It pays extraordinarily well.
It had better, because you have got a 2 in 4 chance of getting killed doing it. I'm not crazy about it. Do you know what the ship is you're going to use for a tug?
Of course not. They don't tell you that stuff up front with the first, but it's going to be at least part of the negotiations that I actually get to refuse if I don't think the ship can make it. And I haven't said yes, only that I'd consider it.
How much is he going to pay you?
I believe it was 10,000 credits.
If he's going to pay you 10,000 credits, then that rock that he wants you to drag is going to be worth a lot more than that. But I do not want to get into belter rock politics. That's the last thing I want to do.
I figured before I accepted, I'd A, let you know of the offer, and B, find out how much money we need for our repairs.
Well, it looks like the asking price is 17, and Salem over there thinks he can get it down to 15, assuming we take a lemon off this guy's hands.
What sort of lemon?
Oh, the kind that masquerades as a swoop bike. You should see this thing. Look at this. He shows you a picture of it. It literally looks like an engine with a friggin' chair bolted to it. At first, you thought it was a joke. You thought it was one of those, Shadowport intranet jokes. But it's not. It's real.
Who the heck came up with that?
I don't know, but he wants to give it to us. I wonder if he wants to give it to us along with a good price because he thinks it's cursed.
If it isn't, it's the sort of thing that almost everybody will look at and say, no, I am not getting on that.
I'm gonna start a caper.
Where'd Dan go?
I'm here.
Well, he, Marrow looks at you, Vanny, and says, look, if you want to do the job, do the job. Lord knows we got the time. Because one way or the other, we're going to have to come up with this money. I'm not going to make the assumption that money that you make moonlighting belongs to the group. It doesn't work that way. If you want to contribute, that's fine, but I don't make any assumptions about your money. So that being the case, I'm going to have to try to arrange some money for these repairs. And that being the case, you certainly have time to moonlight. He spins the pad around and shows it to Toby. Have you seen this damn thing? Look at this. It's an engine with a seat strapped to it. And they call it a swoop bike. It's a swoop bike if you don't hit your head.
And somebody's paying us to take this from them?
In effect, yeah. It took you a minute to figure out where you've seen that engine before, Dan. It's the kind of engine that they... It's one of the engines they used to stick on those old Clone Wars Lottie gunships.
Mm.
Yeah, you know, like the big conical engines near the top. Yeah, somebody separated the engine part from the rocket launcher part, and I mean it's almost like a one-engine pod racer. This thing, which does give you some ideas, because you're pretty sure it can go some kind of fast without any weight carrying it, bearing down on it.
It's a nice looking engine, but it sure ain't no swoop bike, English.
I too am skeptical, my friend, but if we're going to end up with it in a divorce, as it were. All right.
When it comes to
Hey, wait a minute. Maybe we could solve two problems at the same time.
Mm.
Where's that cylinder with the moonrights in it?
Gave it to you.
Good call. I'll be back in a minute.
meanwhile, I go find you and ask a question. So, how much of the total repairs stuff is for the shuttle?
Like 10K worth of it. There's 7 on top for the warping chip.
If I take a job offer I've had worth roughly 10K, I'll be able to cover the repairs to the shuttle, which would be a good idea as I'm the one with the title to it. So it's my ship.
Okay. So we got that part out of the way. So it's good.
I'll go tell my prospective employer that I'll take the job and set up some arrangements to make sure that no matter how that job goes, you get the money to cover the repairs on that ship.
Don't
You guys get paid a wage of 1,000 credits every game session, right?
Yeah.
Well, that means fucking Marrow could pay for the rest out of his petty cash. If she's paying for the, yeah.
But Salem wants a better deal. Salem's gonna let him stew and come back. And
Marrow comes back with some piles of script. All right, now listen. I don't know what you want to do, but here's 9,000. If I see some change, I'll give you a little something to sweeten the deal.
That's good.
And that's clean me out. So this guy better know what he's doing. Tell him I want our engineer there with a probe droid inspecting the work. Now we're gonna have to get a little probe droid. I'm sure he can make one, or he's got one. And you know Sassoon won't leave the ship.
Which means we have to land it in the... Well, I mean, he's going to be there anyway, so...
If he's not going to leave the ship, he can monitor and, you know, supervise these guys. Well, negotiate.
Before I go off to do Aegon's job, I use the funds I already have, or what I give Salem for covering cost on the ship that I claim title to, the Diamond Jack. So that's covered, and that way I'll just keep my fee from Aegon's job.
So you just give him the 10 grand.
Yeah.
So I'm 19?
You're 19 now.
Plus my
Well,
7.
she hasn't gotten paid yet.
Yeah, but she
Well,
has
No,
10.
she
I have-
has 10.
Okay.
So I've
Sort of like
given...
transfer, you know.
More than enough. So I guess I'll grab Chewbacca.
Gurk.
Sam, when you get back, that's what I want to talk to you about. Go deal with the ship first, because obviously that's more important.
Are you interested in the speeder at all, in the swoop at all? No?
I got my bike.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can get him to throw in, we could probably do something with that engine,
I have an idea.
but yeah, it would probably involve ripping the chair off and turning it into something more useful rather than
Yeah, that's what I
whatever
figured.
they've got it set up as.
Well, you could use some electromagnetic bind beams and basically have a towed array, so that almost like a one-engine pod racer. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I'm not that good a pilot.
No time like the present to learn.
It'll teach you quick.
Yeah, I've still got to finish the repairs on my bike to modify it.
Great. So I think we're going back
Yes.
to happy
Hilarious Herzog.
Yep.
There we go. Meanwhile, Gand, what are you doing in this brand new place with brand new things, brand new sea, and brand new eat?
We'll have to see what local delicacies they have that are the Gand has not eaten yet.
Oh. Hey, look. There's fleshes on a stick. There's red fleshes, blue fleshes, green fleshes, mauve fleshes, pink fleshes.
I will take all of the fleshes.
She's got this big handful of fleshes on a stick. Boy, the flesh vendors see you coming.
one each finger.
Basically, Gand is just doing the tourist thing.
So you come back with a straw sombrero and a pair of heart-shaped sunglasses on?
Yeah, sounds good.
There we go.
Cheap sunglasses. Great. It's back to Triple H.
What are you doing, Dan, while this is going on?
I'm actually going to be working on my own speeder to change it from the weird form it is now to the second one that I found. So it
Gotcha.
better.
Understood.
Use that to clear up some engine grease. Drink it.
You sense some awful. You sense an awfully dark presence behind you, and you turn just in time to see the doctor go past you. She's painted her armor, by the way. It's black with red accents. Hasn't said a word.
Nor do I say a word to her.
And she just walks right past you. Oh, excuse me, I forgot to mention that most of the armor is black with red accents, but the face has been painted to roughly resemble the mask of Darth Nihilus.
Great. Can we burn her as a witch? Wait, no. Damn it!
She
Sorry, bud.
she turned me into a spider monkey, but I got better.
Sorry, bud. She's our witch.
Damn it.
And then as you're sort of half engrossed in noticing her presence, you don't notice that Doki has walked up to stand beside you, sort of peering periodically at your speeder, peering periodically at you, peering periodically at your speeder, making strange interrogative noises. He points every now and then to a part. Tato. 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 Tato.
Thank you, Doki, for pointing at this part there.
Tato. Actually, you're pretty sure that Tato is Jawa-ish for what's that? Tato. Tato. Oh. And then he makes a number of gestures towards you, combines it with the noises that sound a bit like, and the gestures combined with those noises, he seems to be asking you if you have that lightsaber he gave you. Keep in mind, I can't see you.
Yeah, it's in my quarters.
And he sort of points which way to your quarters. Click, click. Click. Zoom, 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 zoom. Click, click. Sploosh.
Doki, go get your blocks.
Forgot about the blocks.
He comes back with his blocks. He starts putting down the Orabesh. Light, saber, under, water. And then he knocks all those blocks over, grabs another bunch of blocks, attachment. And then he holds out a thing. Okay. Click. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Blub, 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 blub.
Okay, I take whatever he gave me.
And he's making gestures and noises like he wants to put it on for you.
All right. Back to for a second. Hold on a second.
I said so.
What I'm doing here with the bike.
Oh yeah.
Grab the cloth and put
I
my
said so.
head on back to the head on back to my room.
He stays beside the bike.
No, just for him to come.
That's pretty universal. What do I got to go for?
You got the piece.
Stop, 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 stop. So, you go back to your quarters. I assume you hand him the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Click, click. And he puts it on the bottom. And he turns it once to the left until you hear something go click.
Mm.
And he points to a toggle on it. And it's an on and off toggle. Click. Zoom, 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 zoom. Click. Okay.
Okay.
And then, feeling quite pleased with himself, he wanders off.
Yeah. Put it back where it was. And now go into the assumption that if I ever find myself underwater, I can turn the lightsaber on and it will function.
I would wonder how Doki thinks that you're going to end up underwater.
Well, he is Doki. Who can truly know the mind of the mad?
So that knowledge is probably lost, but Kit Fisto had one that would work underwater, and he basically taught everybody else how to do it.
All right, so I go back to the bike and keep working on it.
It takes a while. So, you guys go back to Happy Hilarious Herzog.
Mm-hmm.
My friend! I haven't seen you in a dog's age.
I have sort of a
age.
stern look in my face and say, look.
What's wrong? Has your wife left you? Listen, I know somebody. You can go talk to them. Take a little
I
pill
don't
once a
like-
day. You become a dynamo. A monster in the sack. I'm telling you right now.
They're selling me a swoop bike when they're really selling me the engine off of Republic Transport.
No. It's not a Republic Transport.
But look, if you want to dump some material you don't want on me, that's fine. Make the
Listen. Somebody used this to good effect. This is not just some piece of junk. Somebody rode this for all of a minute and a half.
I'm looking over the scoop bike. Is that a blood stain?
No, not a bloodstain. No. I was drinking some toothberry juice, and I spilled some toothberry juice on it. It happens all the time. I'll clean that right up off there for you.
Look, I don't like it when people talk too much, and let's be honest, you do it way too much.
You're
However,
a man of
I
few
understand
words.
it's part of your job, but let's make it easier on both of us. I know what I want, and I know you don't want that. Can we make it 15 so I can just take this and bear with the cost of whatever this
What am I
is?
going to tell my children when they don't have extra clothes to wear? I got 16 kids, 16 kids from 4 different wives. Hey, it's a thing amongst my people, all right? How am I supposed to tell all my 16 children that they are not going to be able to eat for the next 3 days because you wanted to save a measly $2,000? 2,000 credits? 2,000 credits? Is that a fair price to keep my children from eating? I ask you.
Are we at
18
here?
children I have. 18 children I have, and they all need to eat.
Oh, it's 18 now.
It
Okay.
was always 18. I don't even know what you were thinking about. I wonder if I should even be negotiating with you. You've been nothing but terrible to me. I offer you the finest in Ubrikian engineering. Why, there are people who would kill to ride this. There are people who have killed to ride this. People who've ride this and killed.
There are 2 people in this room that I know for a fact who have killed before. My friend here has done quite a bit more than anybody I've ever seen. Do you want to keep pushing this issue?
Oh, come on now, we're businessmen.
My hand, put it on your shoulder, and then cross my arms again, and I look at him and say, "There's usually a lot of bad things that happen at stations like these. I have a question for you. Are you having problems with anybody?"
Listen. And his demeanor, it looks like it becomes like night and day. Listen. You're not the first Wookiee I've bumped into who's offered to use his arms and the rest of him to leverage a deal in a more positive sense. As a matter of fact, I've had all kinds. But I want to tell you something. The people who come here and shake me down come into one of 2 categories. They either can't do it because they don't have the juice, or they have so much juice that any attempt on my part to keep from being shaken down would be disastrous. Now, let me ask you something. There's a hut here, okay? A real honest-to-goodness hut. One of the clan. And he wants me to pay him an awful lot of money that I don't think he deserves just for the favor of operating here, over and above the rents, which are crazy enough that I have to pay here. Now let me ask you something. You look big, you look tough, that axe on your back looks like it means business. But are you willing to take on a whole Hutt clan to get a cheaper price on a ship?
I've never seen a Wookiee more suited to do it.
Offer a guy a favor, and this is what you get.
Now, don't get me wrong. I appreciate the spirit in which you offered it. But what sort of an honest man would I be? What sort of a straightforward businessman would I be if I didn't give you the proper lay of the land? Not to mention, If you walked up and took this guy on and you weren't up to the task, I'd be the one who'd be fed to the Dianogas in the garbage pit right along beside you. Except they wouldn't do me the courtesy of killing me first.
What have we got in mind, Dubaka?
Listen, I'll tell you what. You're persistent, and you two have an act I find enjoyable. So how does 16,000 sound? Take it or leave it.
Well, can we do a negotiation check to see if I can get the full 15? Or the full 2,000 discount, I should say.
Well, if you're willing to do an opposed check with him.
You know what? Salem's gonna take the 16,000.
You're a wise man. And look, it doesn't look like much, but that swoop bike is a swoop bike. It works, and it works well. I wouldn't give it to you if it didn't. I'll need some transfers and some codes.
Yeah.
We can do that in my office where we can have a nice hot cup of tea. What do you think of that, huh? Come on, fellas. You both drive a hard bargain, boy, let me tell you. And don't think I wouldn't have been entertained watching you take that hut on. Woo!
Yeah, I thought we were
Sometimes the little fish have just got to kick upstairs to the big fish, and sometimes that's just the way it is. You know what I'm talking about? I know you know what I'm talking about. I know that you know what I'm talking about. Come on, fellas.
All right. I guess we're going to follow him into the office and do some paperwork.
And drink some tea, whatever that is. It seems to be some sort of minty chocolate flavored beverage that's served hot.
Sort of like sniff it.
It's like a melted York peppermint patty. Yeah, drink it, it's good. I wouldn't give it to you if it wasn't. Listen, Happy Hilarious Herzog stands by his word. Now listen, I'm going to need about a day to go over your ship, do some proper inspections. If your ship has... What?
That reminds me, our ship comes with the big ship comes with an engineer, so you may have heckling over your shoulder.
Anybody I know?
Well,
I'm kidding. I don't know who any of these people are. I'm sure whoever it is, an engineer is an engineer, and they're always touchy about me handling their baby. Trust me. I'll supervise my end of the work team. Your guy can liaise with the work team. We'll let them yell and scream at each other until they go blue in the face. I usually like that idea.
Well, he's a friendly hut.
I'm sorry, would you say that into my good appendage?
I said he's a friendly hut.
A hut? Your chief engineer is a hut?
You'll see. It'll work out. Don't worry about it. Look, I've trusted you a lot up to this point. You're going to have to trust me on this one.
Hey, who's worried? He's your hut. I'll talk to you guys first thing in station morning, right?
Sure thing.
A hut. Well, they think of next. Next thing you know, it'll be like a Jawa as his first mate or something.
Never mind.
It's just sort of like, eh.
He'll find out.
You'll have the imminent pleasure of meeting Doak.
Right. After I've talked to Kevin and Salem, I call up Aegon.
Well, hello there, gorgeous. What can I do for you?
We can talk about the job that you asked. Specifically, what sort of equipment I'll have on this run.
He gives you a full list of what you'll have to work with. It's pretty comprehensive. I'll tell you what. I've got to go talk to some people for a couple of hours. Why don't I give you those 2 hours? You can think it over. Take a second, look through the equipment. we'll talk and see if there's anything on there that maybe you think you need.
Sure thing.
I'll talk to you in 2 hours.
All
Out.
right. So is it actually pretty decent stuff that I'd be working with?
It's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's not top of the line, but it's serviceable.
So in other words, the job actually does look doable.
It does look doable. You're not sure about the ship, though. The ship is... It's perfectly suited for belter work, but having said that, it's not particularly maneuverable on its own. You may have to... You can see why Aegon went looking for a pilot that is really well skilled at this.
In other words, I'm going to need the skilled jockey times 2 that makes 2 setback dice not exist.
At the very least. And when in doubt, throw more points into pilot. You can never go wrong with that.
Light side points. Got lots of those.
Hmm?
Light side points. We've got lots of those.
Yeah, I might have to. I had a choice when I was doing the upgrades on the character sheet whether I was going to put those 20 points into astrogation or space piloting. And I went with the astrogation, figuring that if I got enough points, then later on I'd do the piloting.
Fair enough. You do what you got to do.
We needed the astrogation earlier to live.
So while you guys are out basically spending the better part of the day organizing this, that, and the other, you're still working on your bike. You've lost track of time basically working on your bike. And Doki sort of appears again. It's funny, by the way, how you never sense Doki's presence as Doki. You always sense Doki's presence as light side of the Force. It took you a while to realize that's what you were sensing, but ever since you felt that really powerful presence on Ossus, and you found that it was almost identical to the presence that you sensed on Tatooine that one time, now you know what pure light side of the Force feels like. And this guy's a great big bundle of it. But, having said that, he appears beside you and he looks a bit agitated.
What's going on?
And he pantomimes he pantomimes that particularly nasty walk that Dr. Jotano has. You're not exactly sure what he said, but it has something to do with her and a lightsaber.
Go back to my room.
Well, yours is still there.
Clip it on. So, Doki, are you saying that she has one of these?
He's shaking his head. Well, he's nodding his head, excuse me. He's nodding his head. I saw tick, 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 tick. Tick, tick, tick is Doki-ish for he's working on something. He usually uses it in reference to himself.
She's trying to build one.
Asa.
He points to the aperture of the emitter of the lightsaber, the part that the blade comes out, and he goes and he pantomimes the blade coming out with his hand, and then he points to a piece of your pouch equipment that's bright red in color.
What is that?
So you're saying that you want me to stop her?
You're pretty sure he's just told you he's afraid that she's going to kill him.
Give me a second. I open up my comm link
To who?
to Kevin.
Go ahead.
Doki thinks he just saw Jotana starting to build a lightsaber.
Oh.
He's also painted her armor to make her look like Darth Nihilus.
Oh man.
We don't have the option of waiting anymore.
All right. Can you come with me?
Yep.
You understand that it's basically us, right? There's nobody else that can help us.
Not right now.
All right, come on. So you get to the door to her quarters, and Marrow hits the chime. Doc, go away. Come on, Doc, open up. I need you for a second. I'm not feeling so good. Take 2 aspirins and call me in the morning. He looks at you and he whispers, "Can you override the code?" Of course you can. It's easy to do. All you got to do is pop the thingammy and stick a spanner and connect these 2 points.
I do it.
The door pops open. Marrow walks in first, and as soon as he does, he basically gets caught up in a web of force lightning.
Oh dear.
So I move in with having prepped. I've essentially loaded both my force dice into.
Gotcha. What are you gonna do?
I loaded both of my force dice into making me better at fighting and making me harder to hit.
Gotcha.
I'm going to essentially go in with the lightsaber armed, and hilarity will ensue.
She doesn't have one yet, supposedly.
No, but you can block the force lightning with it. That's
Well,
enough.
let's sort out some initiative here. Oh my God. All right, so she would be 52.
No, she go first.
She goes first.
I got 1 and 2. She got 5 and 2.
You can see her eyes glowing with rage, glowing like a sickly, iridescent yellow with absolute rage. And she throws her lightsaber, which, by the way, is as red as Doki said it would be. And she's going to spend a dark side point to drop her difficulty to 1 purple. What's that?
I'm going to spend 1 to up it back up, and it's actually 2 red.
So she's got 2 red now? Okay.
Well, she's got 2 upgrades.
Right. Fair enough. All right. Well, this is interesting. She has one despair, 2 advantages, 4 successes. I will use the despair. Actually, Adam, would you look up what a despair normally is?
Looking. Another one here. Despair. No, it's got all kinds of options.
One that would give Dan an advantage.
The tool or melee weapon the character is using becomes damaged.
Ah, excellent. Okay. Good.
Not quite.
She, as she throws the saber, Now, what she's going to do is she's going to split her successes up. I don't know what the rules are for throwing a lightsaber. Have you looked them up? Do you know if they exist, Dan?
No, probably. I have not looked them up. I don't know if they exist.
Well, I'm going to make an ad hoc ruling, and if you object, we'll talk about it. I want to split the successes: 2 for Kef and Marrow, and 2 for you. And I'm not gonna give her a full strength lightsaber. I'm gonna give her one of the ones out of Force and Destiny, since she only just built this one. And those ones are only 6, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. So, does that sound fair to you? And for the despair, it'll be a nice surprise.
Okay, so that'll put 8 damage on me.
Right. And unfortunately, because Marrow is prone and already badly hurt, it puts a serious hurting on Marrow. As a matter of fact, you're not so sure you can detect that he's alive anymore.
Okay, so my turn. Yes.
Yeah, and the despair is that instead of it going back into her hand, it slams hard against one of the bulkheads, and it breaks. The crystal falls right out of the bottom of it.
All right, so my turn.
Yes, sir. Go.
I have 2 successes.
She.
12 damage.
What's that?
12 damage.
Cuts are pretty good. Let me double check on her numbers here. Oh. Yeah, that drops her to 0 wounds. Well, actually, don't. I keep forgetting that damned armor.
No.
Well, that's right. That's right. Lightsabers have breach or whatever it is. There we go. Well, yeah, and her armor's not made of cortosis or Beskar, so
yeah.
You're good. She just drops. She literally just drops. You slice her hard right across her midriff, and she drops. Her hands trying to hold herself inside, despite the cautery of the wound.
I look, because I have a lot of ability with medicine. I find something in here that is a knockout.
Yep, it's easy. She's second drawer down. She's got it loaded up. The thing could kill. The thing could knock a Banth out.
Knock it, or grab it, knock it in her neck, put her out, and then take a stim pack and punch it into Kefin.
Before she falls unconscious. This isn't finished. She falls over.
So then I knock one stim pack into Kefin and see what I can do for him.
He's hurt really bad. The stim pack heals a good chunk of the force lightning and even the outer edges of the saber cut, but he is fucked up. First of all, you're not even sure the Bacta is going to keep him from scarring. Like, that's how bad. Like, she poured it into him.
We only have them. Did we have a Bacta tank on board?
Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh, the Verpine saw to it. When you started telling them what you did for a living, the Verpine went, "Oh, I see."
Perhaps you need something that will allow you to not die. Here you go.
So herein lies the question: how many chambers do we have?
Well, you've got the deck plans, or the deck plans should be right there on the table,
Okay.
someplace, or in
There is
Angela's employ. Somebody's got it.
I should have one off the ship.
It's either the first or second deck.
So it's scoring. Chickstick scars. As long as he's alive, that's what matters.
He's an archaeologist. He doesn't need his looks.
I'm also going to send out a communication to the rest of the team. Get back to the ship now.
And you feel a hand, a small hand on yours. And you look down and you see Doki. Doki looks up, and in a clear, deep voice that speaks perfect Orabesh, he says, I can help you. Open yourself to the Force, and you and I will help him together. The Force is strong in you. Trust it, and we will do great things.
So I open myself up as he asked.
Remember, there is no emotion. There is only peace. There is no strife. There is only serenity. There is only the Force. And after what seems like an eternity, you look down and, except for what looks like a bad case of road rash that would probably heal on its own in a few days with a few stim packs, he's completely healed. And then Doki looks at you. He pulls a couple of his robes back a bit, and he reveals two very small lightsabers. And he puts them, he sort of puts them on Kefin's tummy, because Kefin hasn't actually woken up yet.
Okay.
He puts them on Kefin's tummy. My name is Edo Keet. I served the Jedi Council during the Clone Wars. I commanded a special force unit known as the Nasty Boys. And I've been hiding here among you. But I knew that sooner or later I would have to stop hiding. I had thought that I was going to die here. And I was afraid to leave because I knew there would come a time when the Force would have to intervene in Kefin's mission. But I think now that you're here, well, I think I can retreat deeper into the outer reaches, past the outer rim perhaps, contemplate the realities of the Force. But any way you cut it, I can't stay here.
I need your help.
I know you do.
No, I mean, and I point to Jochano. She needs your help. Is the only thing that I can think of, aside from removing her head from her shoulders, is I don't have access to anything that can help her.
I know. The problem is I don't either. You have to understand that even at its height, the Jedi and the Republic would have seen this particular problem as an extremely specialized one. And there were very few Jedi, even at the Republic's height, that could deal with it. I was not one of them. I never received the training. But there is someone who might be able to, if he yet lives. What I'm about to tell you, I am trusting you with what could very well be the future of the Force. I have seen visions of the things to come. And the Jedi Master I'm sending you in search of is going to be instrumental if Palpatine's rule is ever to be brought to an end. But by the same token, this poor woman has suffered so much in her life for reasons that were not her own. She deserves a chance. A real chance, one that she's never had before. You need to consult Vanny. You need to find a system called Dagobah. And there you need to seek a master named Yoda. Yoda is the only Jedi Master that I know of powerful enough to separate Darth Nihilus's Force Ghost from Tissa Jotano's body. And when you get there, he reaches into another pocket on his endless pocketed little robes, and he hands you a small medallion. It looks like polished onyx in the shape of a... Well, there's some sort of icon or other on it, but you're not exactly sure what it is at first. When you get there, if you can find him, and if he agrees to even speak with you, give him this. And tell him that this is important and that I sent you. But know this. Yoda hasn't survived for this long by being easy to find or by being willing to speak to just anyone. He might turn you down. And if you're insistent, he might make you wish you hadn't asked him. He picks up his lightsabers and he puts them on his belt. I think I've hidden long enough. I think it's time for me to go and find my boys. I miss my boys. I miss them very much. I know that Sassoon will be heartbroken. Please try to look after him as best you can.
I will.
Unfortunately, he can never be told what's happened here. I know you're wise enough to walk a middle path. I also know that you've been in contact with the ghosts of your father.
Twice.
Your father was never intended to be what he was. Your father was strong with the Force. Listen to him. He'll guide you well. Take care of yourself, Toby. May the Force be with you. Always.
Luck on your adventures.
Yabata.
So, essentially, I take Keffin, I place him on a bed. For the doctor, with the exception of her heroic skivvies, I essentially remove everything possible that could hide something, put her in a stasis pod, and turn it on to knock the motherfucker out forever.
Gotcha.
Okay, how many force powers do I have? I'm not gonna for this.
Well, essentially, like, make sure that when they go into the force or into the stasis pod, arms are strapped down, legs are strapped down, torso strapped down, essentially strapped down inside the stasis pod, and then put the stasis pod into working, and then have it put her under, like, until we take her out.
Definitely time to invest in that cortosis coating for my axe.
All right.
Oh, I also take the lightsaber that she built,
Yeah.
and I essentially I strip it down into pieces, and I essentially destroy it as much as I can. Anything that I can't destroy, at some point we'll fire it off into space.
A red crystal's awful pretty.
Yes, and it's also right. Well, I take the crystal, and I try to see if it is actually harboring any kind of force energy.
Oh yeah. No, it's strong with the dark side.
Yeah, I know it dies. If I can. If I can't, again, fire it into space.
Into the space with it. Give it to a passerby. Here you go. Isn't that pretty? Thanks. Take care.
No.
You can as you sort of walk past Marrow sort of lying on the bed. You can hear him sort of croaking out your name.
I go over to him.
I heard something about a Dagobah system.
Yeah, we got to go there eventually.
Until I get better, you're in charge. And then he rolls back over and just goes to sleep. So everybody else comes back. Gand, who is like got a food baby, and he's still got 2 satchels of food, and he's got a food baby, and he's chewing on something on a stick that's still moving. The rest of you guys come back, and
First thing you see is Chotano's armor, nice red, black, and with the face look like the mask that we picked up, all laid out on the table
Cleaved
with
in
the
twain.
middle section having a nice big scorch mark right through it.
What the hell happened? What did you do?
Remember that mask we went to get?
Yeah.
Remember how it was supposed to have some crazy old...
Oh, that
Nastiness.
monkey? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it decided it would piggyback on our doctor, and then our doctor decided that she wanted to kill the boss and me.
I'm glad Vader took the mask back.
Willa, who went out, as far as you can tell, shopping for video games and junk food, drops both bags onto the deck and takes off down the corridor.
Stop!
And she turns around and she's literally hyperventilating.
Come back here. She's
I have to see him. I have to see him. You don't
He's
understand.
fine. He is fine.
He's my principal. You don't understand. I failed my principal. I have to see him. I failed my
We're not
principal.
here. Get back here. He's fine.
I failed. I failed.
Not fail because you were not here. You were on your own time.
I had to be here. He's my principal.
The boss is dead.
The boss is not dead.
I have to.
Actually, perfectly fine.
And she faints.
Just put her in a bed next to him. It'll make everything easier.
I go over, I grab her, and I drag her back to everybody else, and I put her in a chair so that, like, one of the nice...
It's sort of put in chair, fall forward. Put in chair, fall forward.
She stays off the floor.
Put in chair.
I'll put her in the recovery, so if she does wake up and throws up, she'll be throwing up on her feet.
Put in chair. Wait. There. Okay, don't move. Here we go.
Now,
Does the armor being on the table mean that Jotano's...
she is not dead. She's close to it. In fact, killing her would probably be a bad thing. Probably fools the ghost. While Kevin is under, he has put me in charge. We have a little mission that we need to go do to make sure that Jotano can get rid of whatever this is without it doing anything worse.
Well, you better help the repair guys and Miracle Worker, because that looked like weeks of work before we can leave.
Well, right now, she's in a stasis pod. She is strapped down, she's drugged, and the stasis pod is on. And I'm also going to be finding some kind of backup power that in case the entire ship goes down, that one single pod will remain active from now until forever. No one is also to touch that stasis pod. Don't care what you... Especially if you hear something coming from inside it. Now, we are going to have to wait here until the ship gets repaired. So anything you guys were going to do, whatever you guys were going to do, are going to do, whatever we need to get this fixed. The ships need to be fixed. When we're done that, we're going to go somewhere. And I need to talk to you about getting to where it is.
Right. One of the things I've lined up...
Do whatever you need to do. Do it. Just make sure you come back.
Dying was never part of the plan.
That's good.
Before I go, I'll talk to you so I have some idea of where you want to go and can maybe work on that.
Now, The boss got hit by some weird finger lightning. So that's why he's out.
Weird finger lightning.
So I was able to, I mean, I'm not the best doctor in the world, but I'm pretty good around a lab. He's going to be fine. It's going to take a while for him to get better, but he's going to be fine.
Before I go on that job, I'm going to want to at least see him.
Yeah, I just didn't want her running down the corridor and perhaps opening the stasis pod and letting out people that we don't want out of the stasis pod. And I don't do counseling, so if anybody can do counseling, because she looks like she's nuts.
I guess I better talk to her before I go. Because I'm not sure.
But since I told the boss, I can probably tell all you guys now too. I've been carrying a little bit of a secret. My family, all the men on my family side, can sense and use the Force. I was keeping it hidden to make sure that everybody was safe from it, but since Vader already knows now, he may be coming for me later, or he may have people coming for me later. Don't know. So that's my big secret.
Excuse me, I have some functions to adjust on my tracking software and the listening software I have.
Wait until we're all finished. Now, since I figured out that, because I knew there was something wrong with Jotano since we left Korriban. So I've been trying to figure out. So I know where we need to go to try to assist her. It's very possible that it could completely fail, but it's the only point that we can get to. I don't know of anything else to do.
You've actually got a mystic in mind who can fix...
Somebody, I've found a name and a place to go to. With somebody who might be able to do this.
Do you have any guarantee that...
They'll help us? No. We may not be able to find them. We may find them and they say no. They may say no. If we really push the point, it could go very bad for us. But it's the only thing that we have right now.
I'm okay with this. We need a doctor. She's the best one we've got.
And she's kind of been saving our lives. When we screw up.
Lord knows she saved your life, Dubaka.
Mm-hmm.
So, does anybody have any questions about this?
No, but I have things to do that I need to deal with right now.
As I said, I want to know...
This changes a lot of things.
Yeah, where are we going?
Alright, well, I'll talk to you. You guys, anything? Alright.
Well, that's a good place to break it for the session.
Well, I'll tell you that we need to get to Dagobah.
You guys can do that offboarding. Hey, you can use the Obsidian portal. It's a great way to talk to each other. 15 experience points for everybody. I would have given you 20 had I thought you'd have been in any real danger from Vader, but you really weren't.
Now, the other thing is I'm actually not going to be here for the next 2 sessions because I got to work next Saturday or next session, and the one after that I'm actually out of the city.
I may have to.
Break?
What's that?
It is summer. Were we gonna have a summer break?
Well, we were going to have a summer break because I'm too much of a pussy in the heat. But if the heat is affecting you guys, we can have a summer break. Also, I'm not necessarily sure how I'm going to continue without Dan. But,
Well, that's what I was suggesting, is if Dan can't be here, we've got stuff. Dan is pretty integral to the plot right now.
Well, we still have all the other shit we picked up to do on the station.
well, you do. Gand has nothing to do.
I can make something to to do.
Neither does anybody else. So
Well, thing of it is,
Well, there was always that job I
was
could
that Eric?
I'm actually going to be gone from July 28th to August 10th.
So it's the
Okay.
that's the next two sessions. Well, no, it's the next session. The section after that.
So definitely next session is no good.
Yeah. So the 28th to the 10th. Yeah. So the next session you'll be gone.
Okay, here's what I want everybody to do. I want everybody to go home, and I want you to sit down, send me an email, go look at the Obsidian Portal schedule, figure out which games you can make, which ones you can't. Send me an email with plenty of details, each of you, as to which ones you can make and which ones you can't. I will decide inside of a couple of days whether or not we're going to have a session. I'll try to give you guys as much time as possible so that you know what's going on, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay.
And I finally have quick draw.
I see you, E.G. What's that?
Chicken.
$6 chickens.
Oh.
Best kind of chicken.
Cheap ones.
No, best kind of chicken's free chicken.
Wow.
Did you like your Turkish delight?
Haven't eaten it yet.
Well, did you like your little minion?
It's very adorable. He's sitting on my computer.
There we go. One of you, when you get a chance, there's 2 boxes of drumsticks in the freezer on top of the fridge. Would you mind bringing up 1 box?
There is 1 box of drumsticks in the freezer and a bunch that are loose because we couldn't fit the whole box in.
Well, bring the box and we'll worry about the loosies later on.
Yep. The ice pack attack you?
Yeah.
Good, because, better that than the frozen stuff with sausage. That